Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, kind of high up on the screen over here. What's going on? Maybe make it go there and then. There we go. All fixed. All right. Well, how's everybody doing tonight? How are those pro burgers doing? Good? All right. Yeah, so I thought today we'd just go back, get back to reality here. And the probable cause, or the warrants that were out there, basically the same thing. The probable cause for the warrant. Pretty much tell you the whole story. So I know we've gone over it many times over the years, but I thought tonight we could go over some of the comments that were made under the video that I made today. I've got the 3D model of the crime scene up on my screen, and then we could also go through the probable cause yet again, so that everybody kind of just remembers the reality of it. Okay, the defense team is just trying to play, they're doing what they're supposed to do, I guess, for their client, but it gets kind of old after a while. Oh, your volume, is it really low? Okay, hold on, I think I have that same issue again. Just a second. Oh yeah, it switched the mic on me. It's amazing how it does that. Okay, right there, is that better? Testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Yeah, that stupid program called Voice Mod. When you turn it on, it switches over to a different mic and then makes it lower. Doesn't work very well. But that's what allows us to have that cool sound right there, and some of the other ones. The clown music, which we seem to use a lot. IA, huh? IA? I don't get it. All right. Well, I put out a video today. Doesn't really have a lot of views again. Not really sure what's going on, but it's not, it's pretty bad actually. Like 3,000 views. My videos are better than the other people who make videos on the case, except that they don't get seen. Not sure why that happens. I think what happens a lot, if you don't sit there and keep covering the same case every single day, you get taken out of the algorithm as an, quote, expert. Instead, you're left with a clown, a Scottish guy who can't think his way out of a shoebox, and just every other, every single I don't think there's any YouTubers that cover the Idaho 4 case from my perspective. Like Bryan Kohberger, you guys, is the killer in this case. It isn't like, well, we don't know, Gray. It's we gotta wait and you can wait and see. I mean, we all have to wait. There's a trial and everything like that. And, then we'll see what the answer is. But the answer doesn't mean, a lot of times it's not really what the trial comes up with, though, right? That's the whole thing. Like, you can have a trial, just like Casey Anthony. Does anybody think she didn't kill her kid? Or O.J. Simpson? You can have those types of things when you have a tainted jury pool of a bunch of wackos that appear to be growing in numbers by the day. It's amazing. Absolutely incredible. All right, you guys, so we're doing another show tonight. Last night we did really poorly in here. So if you're able to help support the channel tonight, hopefully we can at least try to reach the goal this evening. That'd be great. Felt really deflated after yesterday's show, and hopefully we can figure out how to, get moving along again. All right, so I would appreciate it if you have the ability to and can help support the channel. Put a comment in a super chat or something. We can go over what you're saying. That's kind of what they're for, etc. Yeah, I don't know who the hell that is. We don't advertise other channels on here. Let's see. Oh, the Dream Team. She is not. Let's see. Good evening, everyone. Yep, there it is. Good evening, everyone. Can't wait to watch the trial. Well, yeah, I mean, what year will that be? Hey, thank you, Kathy Killeen. Let's celebrate their 5th super on a live stream. Well, look at that. Thank you. Yeah, and for those of you who don't come here regularly, my channel survives off there's no ad revenue on the live streams, and that's kind of what I do as a genre. And over the years, it's just been you guys supporting the channel during the shows, and then I take a large portion of my income and donate it to various charities. And we've given $202,315 since January of 2020. I think if you combined every other true crime channel and then multiplied that by 20, you'd probably get the same amount that they've given. All right. And so far this year, we're at $22,715, $57,000 last year, $62,000 the year before, $42,000 the year before that, and $22,000 the year before that. And we're up to $202,315. So at least we're doing something here. If you want to help support my channel, you at least know a large portion of it goes somewhere to something good. All right. Now that's kind of what we do here. We try to make a difference regardless if covering the cases doesn't. Hopefully it does, though. I mean, I feel like people like me, when I'm covering true crime, I make a difference in terms of the reality should be put out there. You need to have the counter to the crazy people. It's just absolutely astounding, some of the stuff these people come up with, just almost as if they heard a YouTuber tell them something and they go around repeating it like it's true. It's really weird. Now, when you're repeating something I'm saying, you can just take it to the bank that it says it in a document. I mean, these people that are listening to these hearings, hey, thanks, Eugenie. They probably don't really have very high comprehension skills. Anyways, let's go over some of the comments that we had in the video. So here is one of them. There are so many reasons it doesn't make sense that BK is the killer. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? But just one, a knife sheath is made to put on your belt. You're going in a house to kill with a knife? You got a master's degree already training for a PhD in criminology? You can't be so stupid. You know it's got to come out of the guard, whatever the hell that... Oh, yeah, the guard, right. Why do you carry it in your hand instead, and now you have the guard you must keep track of? You mean the knife sheath. then leave it knowing you're carrying a bloody knife dripping blood all the way to your car. Then instead of just running back and immediately to get it after knowing that you have been in both rooms upstairs and everybody is dead, you have killed the two people in their bedrooms downstairs and even weren't confronted at all on your way, but rather you would come back 5 hours later. But that's not why you went back 5 hours later. See, I can make the argument here. When he went back 5 hours later at 9 in the morning, Kohberger went back there to admire his handiwork, which a lot of killers do. Does everybody realize that? Thanks, Kimberly Ann. A lot of killers go back to the crime scene. They get a thrill out of seeing the commotion. There's no way in hell he went back there at 9 o'clock in the morning to go look for his knife sheath. Okay? He didn't go there to look for the knife sheath. Who the hell would do that in an hour where people are awake? So I guess I agree with that element there, but that's not why he went back there. He was shocked to see that nobody was looking around the house. And then this part up here, a sheath is made to put on your belt. Well, I could come up with a very valid reason that knife sheath was left there in the first place. Perhaps it wasn't on his belt because he left it there as a calling card. He perhaps was going to kill every time, he was just going to start off. I believe Bryan Kohberger was a budding serial killer. This is his first, it was basically a spree killing at one location, but he would have killed other people in the future because that's who he is. And I think that he left I think it's very possible, like 50-50, that he left the knife sheath there as a, like a calling card that he was there. He was going to, maybe the next one he'd leave the, some other element related to the weapon. And that's why there's so little DNA on that knife sheath. It had one single source of DNA on that knife sheath, and that's because he cleaned it, but he missed this little spot under the button on the knife sheath. And that's why it was left there, in my opinion. Now, it could be that he left it there accidentally. He just didn't find it because it was kind of underneath the left side, sort of Madison's body. Maybe he went back up there really quick to look for it, didn't see it on the ground. It was just kind of like, I got to get the hell out of here, and he was just kind of in a hurry to get the hell out of there. That's definitely a possibility. The knife sheath being left up there supports the Xanakernodal situation. If we look at the model here, and we go up to Xanakernodal's room right here, that's where I think she kind of ended up on the floor there, and then Ethan's likely on the bed over here. Because you could see her as you open the door, and then he was in the room later. But let's just say that, that part where somebody says, what was it? Hey, I'm here to help you. Don't, something like, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. We'll hear that here in a minute. But when he says that, that means he's seeing that person the second time. And for me, it seems like he tried to kill both of these people. Then he goes upstairs. So let's go all the way up there. He goes upstairs right now. Then he maybe looks into, let's see, it was Kaylee Gonzalez's room, and then Madison Mogan's room's right here. And then when he went in here, he killed both of them. Apparently this is kind of more like how she was, sort of bent over like that. And then he goes back downstairs and he hears moaning and crying. Remember that was mentioned? So then he goes back. So I'll go this direction. So he goes back to Xana's room here. So it'd be like this, coming down the stairs just to the left there, and then coming in, and then he finishes off Xana in the room, and then that's where you hear the thud sound, and then takes off, because maybe he goes back upstairs. So after he kills, if you believe the order is Madison and Kaylee first, he goes upstairs first, attacks them, accidentally leaves the knife sheath, then goes down, and somehow Xana's maybe awake because she put her DoorDash delivery into the kitchen, and then there was an attack, attacked Xana and Ethan. He thought they were dead, and then he was like, oh shit, where's my knife sheath? then goes back upstairs and looks for it in Madison Mogan's room. You know, maybe goes up there just as a quick look, can't find it really quick. And then he goes downstairs, and then he hears the whining and moaning, and then that's why you hear him say, "Hey, it's okay, I'm here to help." Just to kind of calm her down so she doesn't yell, like this is somebody helping now with the wounds that they already have. And then he finishes her off, there's a thud on the ground, then that's when he left the house, leaving the knife sheath there. Except I always go back to how clean the knife sheath was. Well, you don't have any idea, Salty. God, you're such a... anyways, so the reason the knife sheath was so clean was because it was left there intentionally. He just missed a spot. I think that's more likely, because why wouldn't it be on him better than that? Just have the knife sheath sitting in a sheath. I mean, the knife sitting in a sheath. Well, you know what, Lori, you're trash yourself. I like how you spell your name, just like Lori Daybell. You're probably exactly the same type of person. Have a good one. All right, let's see. Let's go back to these. Like, here's this comment right here. Why do you carry it in your hand instead of now you have the guard, you must keep track of it? Yeah, because he was just leaving it there. Then instead of just running back and immediately to get it after you, knowing that you have been in both rooms upstairs and anybody is dead and everybody's dead, you've killed 2 people. I mean, this is just, we already went through this part here. It's ludicrous, okay? It doesn't even, it's like you're saying something can't be true because you believe something. And it's just not accurate. All right, here's another one. The prosecution case seems to be falling apart. They are required to turn over exculpatory evidence to in their possession. If they really, I'm getting so sick of the Kohbergers saying that there's exculpatory evidence being hidden. How the hell do you know if it's exculpatory? You can say it's potentially exculpatory, but you can't tell me something's exculpatory until somebody sees it. So it's crazy to me that you've got this Ray guy that keeps saying, "Oh, it's exculpatory, it's exculpatory." Well, no, it's not exculpatory. You haven't looked at it yet. Right, there is none. That's the truth. And just in case you didn't hear me, you guys, I need you guys' support on the channel tonight. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. If they really have the right guy and a solid case, why not just hand over the evidence? Why be afraid of any BS alibi he may make up? Because he's trying to do, he's kind of doing what Jodi Arias did. You know, she invented remember Jodi Arias case? She invented the self-defense theory in that case. And then that sort of made the prosecution have to change. I thought it was bogus what they did in that case. They had to change their theory, though, to counter Jodi's made-up story. Okay, so what you want is an alibi unprompted by anything else. Kohberger has to say where he was, and then we go from there. Don't you guys, does anybody think it's okay that he's going to wait for the prosecution evidence to then give his alibi, which was supposed to be in 1 to 10 days? It's way over that. How come, is there anybody that thinks that, why is there any defense to that? Because you keep seeing people make defense of that. Like, oh yeah, I mean, geez, he needs to have that evidence to be able to do it. No, he doesn't. His alibi should be something out of his brain that he remembers. Thanks, Kami. And welcome, Brunhell. Brunenhell. Brunhell? I'm not sure what that is, how to say that. It's like what's like Brunhell. I had to use two utes. Oh, it doesn't let you say dumb. Yeah. So the prosecution case seems to be falling apart. They're required to turn over exculpatory evidence in their possession. I just, man, this whole exculpatory, I don't think people know what exculpatory means. If they really have the right guy and a solid case, why not just hand over the evidence? Why be afraid of any BS alibi he may make up? But here's the thing is, why should you allow the defense to tailor an alibi to the information so that they have I mean, it's just not right, man. It's not right at all. Hey, thanks, Sirius Black.
People are dumb. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Your TED Talk? Hold on. There it says, so glad to hear Gray talk Idaho tonight. Thanks for always bringing the facts. Hey, no problem. I heard an officer say, let's do Kohberger at the Chad sentencing conference. Hot mic. Huh? I don't know what that means. Who knows what that means? You don't know. I mean, I actually doubt it. I doubt it. Let's see. This is literally the most evidence I've ever seen against a defendant. Right. Well, it's absolutely amazing. We'll go over all that in a minute. But anyways, let's get rid of that one. Then we got another one here. He did say where he was, Gray.
So glad to hear Gray talk Idaho
Gray.
tonight. Thank you for always bringing the facts! ! Basic generous.
He did say where he was. We've been shown the data. We've been shown the data was manipulated and data removed from the CAS files. Where? Where have we seen that? Where have we seen that? Prosecution only turned over information for the 6 to 8 a.m. time frame. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know where these people are getting this stuff here. But if, let's say they really were, because we did hear that they had only gotten, I think it was something like 8 to 10% of the CAS data. And I think it was related to the hours of where, when Kohberger was, I guess, apparently at the crime scene. I mean, I don't really know exactly when the 8 to 10% is, but I wouldn't give them one bit of the CAS data until they give a proper alibi. So if the prosecution is slow playing this, it's because the judge is just humming and hawing and humming and hawing. I mean, judge, put your foot down and say to them, listen, they will give you every bit of the CAS information as soon as your client gives the alibi. You are not going to tailor your alibi to the CAS information in this case. So have him give us where he was that night, and then we'll move forward from there. But it has to be very specific to the exact locations that he was, and give us any witnesses that you might have. He just, I don't know, man. He doesn't seem to get it. God, what an unfortunate break. It's almost like it's just crazy. It's funny, the prosecutor is also doing. Yeah, it's almost like this. What are the odds that prosecutor got there? It's almost like the prosecutor that prosecuted Trump was on 3 cases in a row when he's randomly selected from a huge lot of judges. Wow, what are the odds of that? That's amazing. All right, so this one says, we've been shown the data was manipulated and data removed from the CAS files. Prosecution only turned over information for the 6 to 8 a.m. time frame. Okay, all right, yeah. And then right here it says, you all will be awakened soon when the various patsies are claimed and the president of the university is brought up on conspiracy charges, along with university and local police. That's not going to happen. None of this here is going to happen. Oh, you know why it's not going to happen, Gray? It's a conspiracy. It's another conspiracy. That's why they're not going to allow this to happen, because it's a conspiracy. Other than that, it absolutely would happen. These people think this way, you guys. And you know why? Because they listen to an irresponsible clown. Okay? I feel bad for people that are naive, but they think they're like intelligent and just sort of really, ooh, wow, we're really onto something, man. We're part of this cool team and we got something here. I feel bad for those people because they've been sold a bill of goods by a few, well, not just a few, a ton of irresponsible, wackadoodle YouTubers who have destroyed the true crime community. Okay, it's turned into a joke with these people. It's either crama or just wackadoodle conspiracy theory nutters instead of the people who go and just try to figure out the exactly what happened based on the real evidence out there. What do you mean the real evidence, Gray? That's the probable cause, you bastard. Yeah, well, it's better than your Brent Kopaka bullcrap. Hey, you do so much great work. It's very valuable in fighting these harmful, ridiculous narratives. Hey, thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what I was just saying. I mean, that's why I do what I do. It's just not valued by people. People love drama. They love conspiracies. And the hell with the rest of us. Or when I say the rest of us, me. Because there hardly is anybody like me. Thanks, Osiris Stewart. But great.
You do so much great work. It's very valuable in fighting these harmful, ridiculous narratives. Thanks.
Yes. But hey, everybody, well, look out, everybody. You know what's coming up. You all will be awakened soon. When the various patsies are claimed and the president of the university is brought up on conspiracy charges, along with university and local police. Everybody's going down. You know, and this is exactly the same crap. You should do a case study on the Delphi case versus the Idaho 4. You got the same nutters running around. It's exactly the same. Every single bit of it. Wow, what'd I do, Truth Sleuth? Are you throwing me in prison? Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus, I got thrown in prison by 2 people here. We're just going to have to get thrown in there, and I'm not even sure I have the prison anymore. Oh, there it is. See, now I'm stuck. Man, we're just frozen now. Hey, welcome, Kim S. Gonna have to be bailed out now. Who's doing it? Is that you, Truth Sleuth? Are you helping bailing me out tonight? Baz B. I don't know. Yep. So mean is the direction of... You were stargazing? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, man. That vodka's good. I'm kidding. It's just water. Well, I'm still sitting here in prison, you guys. Still sitting here in prison. Truth Sleuth threw me in here, along with Baz B. One thing I'm curious about is, how did Kohberger manage to keep the victim's DNA out of his car? Just planning, man. Planning. You know, you go into the house with one outfit on with gloves. You come out, you roll it all the stuff off, you take it off carefully, put it into an awaiting plastic bag, and then maybe put another pair of gloves on, get in the car, and drive home. You know, it's just really simple. Uh-oh, no bail. We got it -2. And Ivan Victor is 2. He got me ramen, so I'm still -2. And then Amber, now we're at 8. We got 8 towards bail for the conspiracy. So that's enough to... You know, get the guard to look the other way. Let's see. Yeah, but like, here's the thing, Nicole. See, Nicola Duffy said, "You're not putting out facts and proven truths. That's a fact." Well, what you're putting out is garbage. Okay, do you understand? The probable cause is based on real information. Okay, real stuff. It's actual... Factual, you can't, probable cause can't just be pulling, something out of your ass and just writing it on a document and inventing something. It has to be backed up with factual information. Hey, thanks, K-Me. Share your vodka, please. Well, we're still just kind of languishing in the jail cell at this point. We got the guard to look the other way. We just need to get the bail to get the hell out of there because we got -2, then... ramen, and then bail. Sell products that say DNA away. Good. I knew about Kohberger's methods. I was just picking Gray. I didn't even hear what you said. I didn't even read anything that you said up there. All right, Brunenhell. Kool-Aid single serves. All right, there you go. That might be enough to open up the cell. I'm walking down the hall. How am I getting... I need an Uber ride. I'm legally blind. Oh, so you got to type in all caps. Is that what you're saying? And Truth Sleuth, where is it? You're the one that threw me in prison. Is it really, Nicola? Best place for you, Prison Gray. You know what I think is hilarious? Whenever I cover these cases, Delphi, this one, everybody always says that I'm an agent for the government, that I'm going to be arrested too as part of a conspiracy. Do you guys find that just hilarious? I work for the government. I mean, I appreciate it's sort of a compliment, right? Like, wow, your work is so good. It's like, reminds me of the government, but, like the FBI or some shit, right? But you think that I'm going to be arrested in some conspiracy. I mean, in the Delphi case, they literally think this. They say in the Delphi case that I worked with the mother of Libby to formulate a false timeline narrative and sell it to the public to hide the truth. It's amazing. See, that's what it is. Whenever there is a case that's strong and people don't want to believe it, they have to do a conspiracy theory to get out of it. That's it. Nothing? No Uber ride? No hotel, you guys? What's going on? You guys used to always take care of me when I was thrown in prison. Starting to remind me of last night. Special code name? Yeah, I'm MI8. Oh, you did? Oh, yeah, for an Uber, but that would get me like a block. Blast, pow, pow. I didn't see it, Cameron. It didn't show up. It never came through. You might have to try that again. Just joining us. Our little mastermind must be loving all the attention and to be such a genius. Yeah. All right, I'll get out of here. You guys are... Man, what the hell's going on? Unbelievable. Yeah, you had to bail me out of prison, Tiffany, because I got thrown in prison by being called so mean, and it's the so mean jail. And but the same people who threw me in prison didn't even bail me out of prison. I mean, what a bunch of jokes. I got an email receipt showing it went through. Well, it didn't, so he must have sent it to some other guy. Don't know. It's not even over here or anything. Huh. Weird. Strange. Are you signed into YouTube? Yeah, we're not really talking about that portion at this point, Zozo, but yeah, I mean, they looked at skid marks at some point. They don't really know what that is. I mean, the car tried to turn around, stop, turn around, or something like that, but we're nowhere near that element of the case. We were talking about something totally different. Let's see. So we got that. And here's another comment somebody made. No, we were talking about what we were playing comments on the screen, Zozo. See, like this right here. We were going over these things. Like, we now know that in all of that surveillance footage, they have no white launcher coming in and out of Moscow during that timeline. Yeah, the one before that was this one right here. This one. This is what we did the time before that. It said, you all will be awakened soon. Did you see this one, Zozo? It said, you will all be awakened soon when the various patsies are claimed and the president of the university is brought up on conspiracy charges. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Oh, hey, thanks, Tumbleweed. Yeah, I see your Facebook message, Cameron, but I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I see it there, but thank you. It doesn't show up on the total though or anything, so I don't know what YouTube did with that. Probably hid it somewhere. We really are, but we don't appreciate being referred to as clowns and idiots. Well, but that's what you guys treat everybody else as, Nicola Duffy. Okay, when you guys, every time I listen to the Kohberger wackos talking about this case, they make it sound like the rest of us are just imbeciles for believing what the police came up with. I mean, it's wild. It's absolutely crazy. What has the defense ever put out there? Hey, what are you doing, Zozo? You got to stay around. We're just going over these comments that people are making. See these comments? That's what we were going over. That's why I was just saying, hey, we haven't gone over that part yet. But I mean, I think, like you're saying, they checked skid marks, but I don't know if was his car. I mean, a million cars could have left those skid marks, right? They were probably just trying to see what they were. If your opinion is not based on true facts, then they are indeed a clown. Yeah, and so don't you guys agree that the probable cause document is way more likely to have factual information than what the defense team is trying to tell people? I mean, really, don't you think? Well, I don't know if there were skid marks. They were like burned rubber or something. Right. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. So, we're going to go back over that again here, coming up. See. I don't know. What do you mean, Bill Thompson said the PC is irrelevant now? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Jesus. Please don't mention other names or channels in chat. Yeah. Yeah, right. He said it's irrelevant now. Yeah, I'm sure he said that exact sentence. We now know that in all the surveillance footage that they have, no white Elantra coming in and out of Moscow during that time. No, you don't. You do not know that. You're saying what these people believe now is they think the CAS data is surveillance footage. The CAS data does not show a car coming in or leaving the area. That's true because he turned his phone off. Okay, there is footage of a white Elantra coming in, showing up on Indian Hills Drive, 700 Indian Hills Drive, and moving around. Okay, but these people they conflate ideas. It's wild. We now know that in all the surveillance footage, okay, that's the same one. Let's just go to number 6. We have absolutely no proof that was Brian's white Elantra because they don't have a license plate number or a good picture of the driver. There are listen to the people keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. There are over 22,000 white Elantras registered in that area, so the chance that it's his Elantra is 1 in 22,000. People actually believe this shit. I mean, it's amazing. It's incredible. I mean, Bryan Kohberger said he was driving around that night. There aren't 22,000 white Elantras in Moscow, Idaho. Okay, 22,000 is like in the region, is what they're talking about. There isn't even, I mean, how many people live in Moscow? It's like, it's less than that. So some people have 2? Holy crap. I mean, what is it, a white Elantra convention in Moscow, Idaho? Virtually any time of day, you see 9 of them? I mean, this is ridiculous. It's one. Oh, the likelihood of it being his is 1 in 22,000. Come on. Let's see. His was not one of those 22,000 in the area because his was registered for Pennsylvania. Right. Well, how many white Elantras in the area were missing its front license plate? Let's go with that first. We'll just start with that. Missing a front license plate. And how many of them, white Elantras, were in the area where other people said he was driving around late at night? How many other people said that? I mean, how many other white Elantra owners were driving around at 3 to... Well, we don't know, Gray. They weren't all asked. They got tunnel vision on Bryan Kohberger. Right. Yeah, but how many live there when they're students? Wow, everybody, look at, there's only, let's see, population, let's just try this one. Population of Moscow, Idaho, when students are in town. Moscow is a city located in Latah County. Moscow has a 2024 population of 26,985. It is also the county seat of Latah County. Moscow is currently growing. Isn't that weird? Because Delphi is the county seat of... Jesus, why can't I remember the county for the Delphi case? Man, I know it. It's right there in my head. I just can't say it. No, it's not. Indiana's the state, Timothy. I'm talking about the county. Oh, Carroll County. Jesus, you know, I just thought of the sheriff, Tony, Carroll County. So Delphi is the county seat for Carroll County. But look at this, 26,985 people. And they say there's 22,000 Elantras. So, man, everybody, almost every single person, including babies, have an Elantra in Moscow, Idaho. That's absolutely incredible. See, this is what I have to deal with. This right here, think about the lunacy of a comment like this right here. They always do this thing. 22,000 Elantras are right there. Therefore, it's one in those. But, okay, again, he's one of the very few people that said, yeah, I drive my car late at night. I was driving around late at night. Why did he say that at all? Why didn't he just say that his vehicle was at home and he was sleeping? How come he doesn't say that? The reason he doesn't say that is because he knows that it is his Elantra on some of these surveillance shots that they are aware of, that they've seen. They know that. As a matter of fact, he knows it's him in all of the surveillance. So he just says he drives around late at night. And then you can just sort of fill in the blanks. He doesn't have the power to dodge all cameras, yeah. Thanks up there to Tumbleweed again. Appreciate it. Yeah, you know he doesn't. But they do say that he was at that park. Apparently they're trying to say that night, but I don't know how they're able to. It doesn't work with the other data in the case. Well, that's right, Greg, because he wasn't in those other areas. He was over there. In court, both sides and the judge. It's just underneath the video I put out earlier today. All right, here's the last one. Could someone please explain, if this isn't a trial, why so many witnesses? Because they for each one of these hearings they're having, different motions and stuff, they need witnesses to come up and, speak for different elements to allow the judge to make decisions on. The experts, I mean, it's crazy though, right? It's just this trial might not happen for years now. Man, I'd be shocked out of my mind if it happened next year. Anytime next year, even. I think this is like, maybe the year after that. You can just see the way that Ann Taylor just drags everything out. I mean, where is the alibi, everybody? Where is it? All he has to do is say where he was that night. But he won't do it until he gets the cast data. They won't get, when, I'm not going to say he doesn't know how to read the damn thing. But when his experts get it, he can say, okay, you can say you were here, here, and here, and I think that way I could sell this. I could sell this. It's insane. There we go. But for some reason, no one wants to put her in her place. Right. Okay, well, that was kind of the last. There was other comments that people made, but that's really all I had. I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over this again. This is the warrant. This is the one written by Dustin Blaker. It's exactly the same as the one Payne wrote. And we're just going to go from right here, and we'll show it all on the screen, and you'll see why it's all so damning. Again, because a lot of people, they forget about this, or they haven't looked at it in a long time. And I think a lot of people haven't even ever looked at this. They just started watching The Clown, the Scottish guy, and all the other ones, and getting misinformation from a really just poor foundation of knowledge. And just sort of naivete, I guess. Sounds like she's teaching a romper room class. What is the chance of the one source of DNA matching someone who has a white Elantra? Right, well, that's kind of like my whole point here. I mean, I can just sort of start over, show you on this portion over here. I'll just give you the rundown, and then we'll go over the document again. All right. Hi, Gray. Did the prosecutor actually file a motion for the rest of the alibi also? Well, he did on the 26th of April. I can't find what the answer is, though. Like, what did the judge decide on that? Also, is it due to state statute? Yeah, we went over, I think last night. Let me pull that open again here. Have it right here. Like, this is the actual Idaho statute right here. Let me see if I can make this bigger if I zoom in on the... Hey, look at that. Chewbacca!
Chewbacca?
By the way, if you don't know what this Chewbacca one is, it's...
So did the prosecution actually file a motion for the rest of the alibi? Also, is it due to state statute?
And we have a guy named Cairo. He hasn't been around for a while, but he's still out there somewhere. And he was at a hotel. He drives around fixing cell towers, and he was driving around, and he was just about to go outside to have a cigarette from the hotel, but he always has his recording on. It's weird. So he recorded, and right when he goes out the door, this woman, a sex worker, was sitting there on the curb, and right when he opens the door, she goes, and he goes, Chewbacca? Because it did sound like Chewbacca, right? And then she says, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to. I think he said, no thanks. By the way, if you're a guy out there, how many of you would love to be with a woman that looked like Chewbacca? And I think the answer is absolutely 0. All right. So I'm not sure why she suggested that one right out of the gate. Thanks, Michelle H. and S. Jab Weather. I think Zozo misread what I was saying earlier. I didn't mean it to sound like that. I was just why we were going over these comments, and I don't know what the skid marks they were looking at. They might have just been checking them. You know, did they match a Elantra? If they do, wow, that's pretty significant. But, you know, car trying to stop, turn around. Maybe they heard squealing sound. You know, maybe on the camera they heard like a car trying to back up or something, and they looked for those marks. That'd be pretty interesting, don't you think? If they actually did do that. Yeah, it might be warm at night. That's about the only benefit of dating Chewbacca. Yeah, I guess. Chewbacca? I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to. So anyways, here is the 19519 they were talking about. Notice of defense of alibi at any time after arraignment before a magistrate upon complaint and upon written demand of the prosecuting attorney, the defendant shall, that means must, serve within 10 days or at such different time as the court may direct. So the court could say, well, you could have a little bit more time. Upon the prosecuting attorney, so they must give the prosecuting attorney a written notice of his intention to offer a defense of alibi. So I guess apparently this happened, and their alibi was he likes to drive around at night. Then the prosecution said, that's not good enough, we need a better one. Then they said, well, he likes to drive late at night. He used to always go jogging around during the day, but then things changed, so he only had time at night, so he would drive around and look at the moon and the stars, and he would go to this one particular park, which is right over here. Wawaway Park, such area there. All right. Let's see, it said, such notice by the defendant shall state the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense. So he doesn't say that. When he says he's at Wawaway Park, that's not during the time of the homicide. And here's why, that's why they're not getting that information yet. I mean, I understand why the Kohbergers think it's not okay for the defense not to get all of the cast information. But if the prosecution isn't giving them the cast information that shows precisely where Kohberger was during the time of the murders, or wasn't during the time of the murders, then it makes sense to me because they haven't given the alibi yet. And again, for the 1800th time, they're trying to tailor their alibi to fit the cast information, which is absolutely unethical. All right, then this part is within 10 days after receipt of the defendant's notice of alibi, but in no event less than 10 days before trial, unless the court otherwise directs, the prosecuting attorney shall serve upon the defendant or his attorney a written notice stating the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom the prosecution intends to rely on to establish the defendant's presence at the scene of the alleged offense, and any other witnesses to be relied on to rebut testimony. So they're still waiting for this, or rebut testimony. So they're waiting on this part here to then do this part. If prior to, see, I guess this is what's going on here is, the cast information is kind of like a witness. It's the data, the people that are going to represent the cast information. So they're going to give you that after you give them where you are. Okay, but you didn't do that yet. If prior to or during trial a party learns of additional witness whose identity, if known, should have been included in the information furnished under subsection 1 or subsection 2 of this section, the party shall promptly notify the other party or his attorney of the existence and identity of such additional witness. 4. Upon the failure of either party to comply with the requirements of this section, the court may exclude the testimony of any undisclosed witness offered by such party as to the defendant's absence from or presence at the scene of the alleged offense. This section shall not limit the right of the defendant to testify in his own behalf. 5. For good cause shown, the court may grant an exception. So this is where this judge who just doesn't seem to have much of a backbone. For a good cause shown, the court may grant an exception to any of the requirements of subsections 1 through 4. So all of this here, the judge can just overrule it all. Hey, and that's what it feels like's going on here. But what is the good cause, though? Them just keep saying, we're not getting all of our stuff. But judge, they want that stuff so that they can craft their alibi. Do you understand that, sir? I know, but I don't want to offend anybody, you see, and what else you got? That's what he sounds like to me. I don't know, I can't stand it. Ugh, Jesus. All right, you guys, we're currently at about 33% of the nightly goal, so if you're able to help support the channel tonight, I would appreciate it. We're kind of, can't have 2 nights in a row like last night. I was hoping tonight people would go, okay, here we go, let's go, but we're kind of back in the similar sort of boat. Let's see. Yeah, so right now we're going to go back over Exhibit A here. All right, you guys ready for this? So for those of you out there that, you never really take the time to actually, figure this out or look at it, we'll do it right here. Yeah. What we should try to do is what is the drive? Let me just do this really quick, just for the hell of it. See, Bryan Kohberger's DNA was left at this house between 408 and 420, and that verifies it's his white Elantra. You guys get that, right? So for those of the people out there that the white Elantra that's parked from 408 to 420, don't you think it's incredible circumstantial evidence that Bryan Kohberger drives a white Elantra missing a front license plate, and his DNA is found inside the house on a knife sheath that was left between 408 and 420, right when the white Elantra was stopped and then left at a high rate of speed at 420? Do you guys go, well, that's just circumstantial? Is that really how your brain works? Because sometimes circumstantial evidence is just as powerful as direct evidence. In fact, if you string together circumstantial evidence, it's stronger. This is incredible. So anyways, let's do let's see what time it would be. Let's see. So if we went, let's just go Google Maps here. Here's the house. Let's go directions, driving, and that's the house, right? Let's just go right there. And then the destination, I guess we'll have to try to figure out how to, let me see. It's got to be right over here. Yeah, it's way out there. So that was that highway. Yeah, right over here. Okay. Yeah, there's Huawei Park. All right. So let's just go right there. Drive. Okay, that'd be 40 minutes if he just went straight there. So 420. And that would put him there at 5 o'clock in the morning. If he went right back through, like town, you see? See that? Like if he drove through town right here, He was right here at the murder scene, then drove through, went on this highway the quickest way possible. And I guess, you could go this way too. So let's see what happens if you switch to that one. That one is, 40 minutes also. So that would put him through Busby, go all the way down, make this whole route, and come over here to Wawawe Park. And if it was 420, leaving it at a high rate of speed, does it go that? Oh, look at that. I bet you it does do that. No, they have it going out this way. So it didn't do that. So we're going to have to switch it over here. Yeah, like that. There we go. That's the route it took. That makes 41 minutes. If he did that, then he'd be over here at 5 in the morning. Okay, then it's possible at that point that he could go up here and be there at 5:30. But that's not where he went. The problem they have here is that there's a ping way over here at Blaine at 4:48, which means more likely that when he left, he drove way out here somewhere, and either he went somewhere and hid the weapon, or he drove way out here and then merged back in near Genesee right here. And as a matter of fact, you can see all this stuff on a map here if you zoom in. See these roads here? So if you went all the way up here to Moscow, Idaho. Hey, thanks, Debbie Barnes. Our sleuth with truth. Keep doing you, Gray. Thank you. Well, thank you, Debbie. Then Kimberly Ann said, the judge has always seemed a bit too casual and not really interested from the get-go, in my opinion. He also always seems a bit confused and bored. Yeah, he just, I don't know what the feeling I have with him. It just doesn't seem, he doesn't seem tough enough to do a murder case, to be honest with you. You gotta be,
flexed bicep, flexed bicep.
He doesn't feel like he's tough enough. I think that's the thing, right? He doesn't seem like he can do a murder case.
The judge has always seemed a bit
He could just be
casual and not really interested from the get-go, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
He also always seems a bit confused and bored.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. That look on his face. I mean, it's weird. Here's what I hope. I hope he's just being abundantly fair and, to avoid any kind of an appeal, meaning he is absolutely generous with all of his decisions and allowing the defense wide latitude on all kinds of different things. And then, when it all starts getting towards the trial, he starts narrowing his focus down and boom, he's a different person. That's what I'm hoping. Okay? I'm just thinking now he's being kind of casual, just letting things kind of play out, but making, the right decisions, behind the scenes on various things. And then when everything is all locked in, then he changes his behavior. Because I've seen him in some of the hearings where he's different. He's a little more stern and strict and not really just allowing everything to show up willy-nilly. So, well, I'm just hoping that's what it is. There isn't one, Deborah. Listen, everybody. So for all the Kohbergers out there, the reason that Bryan Kohberger is not stating his alibi is because he is the killer in this case. And he's not stating it because if he states an alibi and he just comes up with one, it can likely be proven via the cast information that he's not telling the truth. So what they're trying to do is get the cast information, knowing that he turned his phone off during the time of the murders. They can just sort of all focus over there near Pullman and down south and craft something. Okay, the one ping, and there might be multiple other pings down here, but the one over here at 448 near Blaine. This is Blaine, Idaho over here. If you're way over here, your phone isn't pinging on a tower on Blaine. Okay, so it turns on, the phone turns on at 448 and pings off of, I believe, this tower here. Now, it'd be interesting to see, you can see right here the shape of the cell tower, right? See how it's got the triangle shape at the top? That means if his car was over here, it would ping on this face. If his car was over in this area, it would ping on this face. And if the car is over here in 120 degrees, it'll ping there. So if he just drove by right here and turned it on, it very, very likely will hit this face on it. It'll never hit this face unless he did come in from the right over here and turned his phone on, and then it pinged off that tower. You know, perhaps he drove down, you know, a crazy back roads here. You know, there's roads that come down. I drove one of them, actually, all the way down here. And, you know, then it would ping off that other tower. So they know all this information here. So when people say, oh, if there's just one tower, it doesn't mean it. You know, it does, though. It shows you a direction. And apparently there's timing information based on how long it takes for the phone to ping off the tower back to the vehicle. It shows you how far the phone, I mean, the tower to the phone, it shows you how far away the vehicle is. Right? And then if you look down here, there's other towers. Like here's one right here. Look, that's a cell tower. And this one has a different shape. It's hard to make out, but this one looks like a four-sided one. There's a cell tower right there. So that tower, this is a 3-mile radius here, which is going to pick up a vehicle. So let's say it does cut across. For example, it comes here and then it goes this way. And then all of a sudden on one of the faces, it looks like it's over here, not there. So this guy's conceptualizing his driving. And in fact, here's another tower at Uniontown right here. See this one? So I went and found these and mapped them out. Okay, so these are towers. I know the Kohbergers don't do this kind of stuff. And so when the car is driving over here, maybe the face of this tower picked it up, and then there's another tower right here, for God's sake. This is actually a different type of it's like more of a radio signal. But this is the main one. That's why I have the circle there. Then there's another tower right here. See that? And this one's beautiful, how you can see the shape of it. Look at that. So when the car was heading north towards it, it would ping off that face. And then when it passed it, it would ping off of that face. This one would likely never be used. However, if it does ping on the western face of that, then that would be something that would help in Kohberger's story that it went over here to Wawawe Park. Okay, because you know, driving on this highway, let's just look at that again. Yeah, right there. So I guess it's possible if you went 120, when it got up here, it could still hit that other face, because look at the angle of that. Here, let's draw a line on this just for the hell of it. So if I go to from here to here, yeah, just like that. Yeah, so the thing is you know, you go up there, and I guess it could hit that other face. Once it makes it kind of up north here a little bit, it might hit just the side of that other face. And that might be a way they could say, oh, look, see, it was over there. But you try to then explain this then. So they have the car going around this area. Yeah, it just makes too much sense, right, Amber? All right, so here we go. Let's do this. All right, here we go. The below information is provided by Sergeant Dustin Blaker. I am duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer with the County of Latah, State of Idaho. I am employed by the Moscow Police Department in the official capacity of position of sergeant. I'm just going to move down here. I don't need his credentials yet. What do you mean, Gray? His credentials are everything. Didn't you hear Cy Ray? He went on for an hour on his credentials. On November 13, 2022 at 4 p.m., so basically 12 hours after the homicide, Moscow Police Department Corporal Brett Payne and I, so they basically have the exact same thing written here. They responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with scene security and processing of crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. Moscow Police Department OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith said I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs. So basically this whole, if you go to my 3D animation here and go all the way to the beginning, that's the front door of the house. I'll show you what it looks like if you go up in the air. And I can't get rid of these bounding boxes. I don't know what the hell they're there for. But anyways, that's the front of the house. That's the King Road residence that's no longer there. So thank God there were people like me who created these animation or 3D models so that you can continue to go through them, just like law enforcement has a Faro scan. It makes no difference at all that they took the building down. It was up there for a year and plenty of time for the defense team, the prosecution to do any kind of studies and tests they want to do, and made total sense to me. They have a Faro scan. You can basically be back inside that house. So, you know, this is kind of, this is my animation. This guy's just walking, and I just put the camera on his head so that it moves sort of similar to a human. So here we go. So these are the downstairs bedrooms. That's Bethany Funk's bedroom. That's to the left. That room is a room that I guess there was a roommate that was going to live there but didn't, so it was a storage room. And then here's the stairs that go up. This is what Payne, not Payne, the other guy, what the hell's his name? Dustin Baker. But basically they both did the same thing. So he goes up these stairs and then he's taken to this room right here. So it says, Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle, hereafter Knodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. And that's exactly, let's see, I don't know if that's, is that right? The north, it's on the, I don't think the bathroom is on the south side. I think it's on the north side of the hallway. I think, unless I got this in my mind backwards, because it definitely can't be over here where the rail is. Just before the room, there's a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's right. I'm looking at it backwards, because if you look at it like this, let's see, right here, and you're coming up the stairs right here, and then you take a right. The south wall is this way, and you're right now in my video. My model, I'm facing this way down the hall because Xana's room is right here. So it does make sense. This one's much better to use. So Xana's room's right here. Has that little bit of part that juts out there. But come on, you guys, we're stalling again. We got to keep going tonight to get to the goal. You guys are the sole support for the channel. If you think I do a good job and, you know, on YouTube, I need the support on a nightly basis to continue to do what we've been doing. My video that I put out today has so few views that it will hardly help the channel out at all. Although it was better than you know, these other videos you've been seeing. Nobody wants to watch truth videos. They want to watch garbage. Anyways, it says, as I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle laying on the floor. So that's why I have her on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. They didn't say where he was, however. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner Venus Singh dated December 15, 2022, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. So that's upstairs, right? So let's go up there. So after he looked in here, he comes into this room. looks around. Then, this is almost exactly what he did. He didn't go into this room. This is Dylan Mortensen's bedroom. And by the way, I think that's exactly how the door was when she was looking through it, and he took a right to leave out the kitchen. Anyway, so go up these stairs, and then this is exactly what these officers did. They went into Kaylee's room first. I have a dog, doesn't look like hers, but come on, what's going on with this? All right. So I followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was last determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, hereafter Gonzalez's room. I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCoeur. I found out from Corporal Payne's interview with Jack DeCoeur on November 13, 2022, that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan's, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. Right, as I entered this bedroom, so now we're going to the other bedroom here. It's right after this, so he goes, this is, let's see, Kaylee Gonzalez's room, and then this is Madison Mogan's room. And there's the deck outside. And this is how the mother, or I can't remember if it was the mother or Steve Gonzalez, I think it was the mother, said she was kind of sitting up and bent over. So it was like that. Let's see. So I found out from Corporal Payne interview with Jack DeCoeur on November 13th that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bedroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. The bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan's, bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I was later advised by ISP investigators they located a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor Signia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of the knife sheath, a spot that Kohberger missed. Not really sure what you guys, I mean, I'm telling you what, we got to keep going on this channel, and it's just a struggle every single night now. Unbelievable. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen, where were inside King Road residence at the time of the homicide and were roommates to the victims. Bethany Funk's bedroom was located on the east side of the 1st floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by the Moscow Police Department officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. Hold on a second. Thank you, S-Jab Weather 22. Yeah, I think Kohberger's just discussed some really weird stories about who they think did it, since, you know, Bryan is innocent. Right, they just come up with anything that they hear about. It's a really cool breaking news story. Oh, Brent Kopaka! Yeah! Jesus. Well, leave the guy alone, for God's sakes. And I'm talking about Brent Kopaka. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are, and I know he's dead, but are seen Bethany Funk at Sigma Chi. So it says on the evening of November 12th, 2022, so that's the night before the homicide, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Bethany Funk at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus. And that is, I've gone out there, I have tons and tons of videos, you know.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Yeah, it's just right there,
Yeah,
really
I think
close.
The Burgers just discussed some really weird stories about who they think did it, since you know, Bryan is innocent, lol.
Yeah.
No facts at all.
Yeah, so it's just right there, the Sigma Chi, and this is the 1122 King Road residence. Very short distance. Approximately, and that was at 9 p.m. Bethany Funk also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Gonzalez and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 o'clock and on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streamed video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for the public viewing on their website. I think the Grub Truck footage in this case made this case explode. That's the thing, I mean, because there really isn't a huge amount of like social media, you know, sort of related stuff, you know, but the, it just made it just absolutely take off because everyone's like, ooh, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Look at that guy. Who's that one there? The Grub Truck live stream video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Gonzalez and Mogan at 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. I wonder how he knew exactly 1:56. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk both made statements during interviews that indicated occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. And they were, that makes sense. And asleep, or at least in their rooms, by 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported the information. Can I ask why the Kohbergers out there, when they read this sentence right here, still think that Kohberger is the DoorDash driver? You know, or you know, it's just wild to me. They've already identified the guy, and if it was, this would be part of the probable cause. It would say, we identified the DoorDash driver came forward early on, and it turns out it was Bryan Kohberger himself. I mean, that would be in there, right? They do think that, J. Ray. They do think that. They've said it a million times, J. Ray, but now they're switching around. They're like amoebas. Wherever you can go, it flows in that direction. Put a 1 if you've heard Kohberger say that the DoorDash driver is sketchy. He's the one, you know, or he's Kohberger even. I mean, put a 1 if you've heard that, because I heard it a million times now. Maybe they've switched off of that now. They're focusing in on technicalities to try to get a killer off from killing 4 people. I wonder if they do the same thing if it was 4 kids. Well, they would if it was 4 kids, because they do it in the Delphi case with 2. Yeah. Dylan Mortensen stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom in the southeast side of the second floor. Thanks, Michelle H. up there. Dylan Mortensen stated she awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like, now she says approximately 4 a.m. I think it was more like 4:09 or 4:10, something like that. By what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedroom. So that might have been the attack itself upstairs, which were located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, Dylan Mortensen now here's the thing, said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." Right? So, but that sounds like that's more like going to be Xana, because the sound that sounded like playing with a dog is likely the attack in Madison's room, and the, "Hey, there's someone here," might be Xana going to the kitchen and sees the door open. The sliding glass door might be open, for example. And, Kohberger would have left it open so that when he leaves, he can just get the hell out of there. But maybe she saw the sliding door open and was like, "Hey, somebody is here," or... A review of records obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately 4:12. So what's interesting about the 4:12 is that we know, you guys have all seen my other videos, right, with the Elantra going around, doing the loops, etc. Maybe I can find it really quick. I don't know. Jesus. There. Okay, yeah, we can just take a look at this. Yeah, so look at the time, 3:30 in the morning. I'll just keep this open, but I'm going to go to the last one. And look what time it is. So at 4:07, now it's over by King and Queen Road, driving back now after it did a 3-point turn. And you'll see right here, look how it comes back around at 4:07. So you can actually narrow the window of the murder to more like 4:09. That's the white Elantra right there, coming around, and it drives around, and it goes around. And people always go, "Oh, the shape's different." This is a wide-angle lens. Look at the curve of the poles here. This isn't like, you can't sit there and say, "Oh, the car," wait, it's the same car on all 4 loops. So look at this, 4:07 and 41 seconds. That means after that car, and that, by the way, that footage is right here, and the car is coming around. So that means it gets here at like 4:08 and 15 seconds. Probably did some blood spatter mitigation shit, like put a plastic bag, got out of his car at 4:09. He goes into the house and goes upstairs and kills Kaylee and Maddie, and maybe left the door open. Maybe there's some sound that she's hearing upstairs. And look, that's crazy. At 4:12, she's still using TikTok. So this is right around the time when she would have said this. Dylan Mortensen stated, "Yeah, everybody hit that like button, would you? Even if you're a troll, we've only got 225 likes with 400 people watching, but we also need to try to reach the goal on the show tonight. With 400 people watching, it should be absolutely simple to do." All right, last night we didn't do it again, and we really can't have 2 nights in a row. So if you're out there and you're able to support the channel, that allows us to do things, it keeps my channel running, but also we've donated $202,000 since January of 2020, and you guys are the only thing that makes that happen. Without your support, it doesn't happen. All right, and it sucks to have to keep repeating the same sort of, spiel every single night now. It's wild. Anyways, Dylan Mortensen stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom, southeast side. That was at 4. And she stated it sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, Dylan Mortensen said she heard what she thought Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok at 4:12. I mean, this is right at the time where Kohberger is basically done killing Madison and Kaylee at this point. Hey, thanks. In America, the defense is gaining an advantage through delays, leveraging the fading memories of individuals to sow doubt regarding, well, I mean, in society, but once you get a jury in there and they start seeing the facts, it's not going to, they're not really winning, getting an advantage. Right, that's right. Blasty, pow pow. I mean, I do repeat it because it's the only source of income on these live streams. I do these every single night for 3 hours, and that's it. There isn't ad revenue. I don't cave into the, hey, everybody, they unalived. It's M-U-R-D-E-R,
Leveraging the fading memories of individuals to sow doubt regarding the facts presented.
Mm-hmm. And thanks, Kylie, there. Yeah, it says, Dylan Mortensen stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Yeah, so you wonder, where was Dylan when she said that? Because at this point, I think Kaylee and Madison are both dead. She opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. So let's say Xana said, somebody's here, and then that attack happened. And then she said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Now, there's people out there that literally believe that is, let's see. Hold on a second. What does that say? Serious? I'll never understand why it took them so long to call 911. Oh, Jesus. That again? Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. It's just, I got to tell you, the people who are suspicious of Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen their brains are fried, okay? So, Ethan Chapin is not the person who said, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Does everybody agree with that? Why would he say that to his girlfriend? "Hey, it's okay, I'm going to help you." That means somebody's already been attacked. That means the attack is in the middle of happening, because he didn't just kill one and then take off and then come back. Yeah, so to say "it's okay, I'm going to help you," that's Bryan Kohberger, because he's trying to calm down a person. And this is why it's interesting, because it feels like that's the second time he's confronting Xana Kernodle. Right? It's like he attacked both of them, and then this is where the knife sheath plays in. Now, the scenario where he loses the knife sheath and he's looking for it, he looks for it really quick, comes back down, then he hears the whining, and then he goes back for the second time, and then he says, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," to keep her calm, and then attacks her, and then you hear the thud on the ground. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices. Let's see. Hold on a second. I gotta look at something. Yeah. Distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17. Right. So this is when he's leaving. Stuff's happening. Things are there's sound. He's getting the hell out of here. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. I don't agree with that. I think it's a little bit further. Well, who are you, Gray? Well, I'm just saying, if you measure from right there, let me, I mean, yeah, who am I? Actually, you know, you're right. So let's go from right here and just do the line measurement. So right here is where the camera is on the door there. And if you go right over to this wall, I mean, it's close. It's just not as close as they said. That's 61 feet. And then this is 64 feet. Right on the corner is 58. So, I mean, it's not 50 feet. 50 feet is like this. See, that's not, you know, I mean, we're just squabbling over if it's 50 or 60 feet. What difference does it make? You know, just saying that's one of the things, you know, I try to measure everything, and that's not, it doesn't matter, you know, 50 feet or 60 on an audio like that. The dog also can be barking numerous times starting at 4:17. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. Dylan Mortensen stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure. So this here isn't happening. Like, you have to look at this and then see what that means to what Dylan's saying, right? Because up here it just says, it's okay, I'm going to help you. At approximately 4:17, a security camera located at that house, 1112 King Road residence, immediately to the northwest, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. So is that when he went back upstairs looking for the knife sheath, came back down, heard the whimpering, and then killed Xana, heard a thud at 4:17, and then the dog's barking, and I think that's when he left. But it could also be that we all have the order of the killings wrong. That he, you know, it is possible that he killed, that when he got into the house, for example, at 4:12, maybe that's when she actually heard this guy or saw him and went, hey, somebody's here, and he attacked them first, Ethan and Xana, and then he goes upstairs, and that's when Dylan hears this thing that sounded like, but I guess the order is, yeah, this makes sense. Goes upstairs, and it sounds like somebody's playing with a dog, but that's out of order for her saying somebody said somebody's here, so that doesn't work. Yeah. So maybe that really was, though, she said that the person who said, hey, somebody's here, was actually Kaylee. So that actually is possible. So let's do this scenario really quick. Listen to this. So, you know, Dylan Mortensen, she knows the voices better than law enforcement do, but law enforcement thinks it's possible. So you got to have two, there's more than one scenario of the order here. So he could have came in, and that would have been right around 4:10 or 11, or, you know, right around there, and Kaylee says something like, hey, there's somebody here. And remember, she's only on TikTok till 4:12. He goes in there and attacks both of them, and he thinks he kills both of them. And that's exactly what Dylan said. It sounded like Kaylee saying that. So he goes upstairs, attacks Madison and Kaylee, and kills them. And then when he's going down the stairs, he hears the whimpering sound. Then he goes in and kills Xana, and then you hear the thud as her body hits the ground. That's why she's on the floor right there. He said, hey, I'm here to help you. She's on the floor. Then he walks by Dylan's room and exits out the kitchen. That's actually a pretty damn good theory if you believe that Dylan heard Kaylee, because her hearing Kaylee makes this scenario make sense. Does that make sense to any of you guys, what I just said, or are we on to something else? Here, I'll show you. I'll have to do it like this. Oh, Jesus. What's it got to do with anything we're talking about? Right, so let's say he comes in that sliding glass door in the kitchen over here. And Xana, maybe she just got done putting the bag, the DoorDash bag in the kitchen, Jack in the Box or whatever, and then comes around and then she sees somebody, hey, somebody's here. Then he chases them this way quickly and attacked. And remember the whole thing about it sounded like they were fighting and stuff, you know, over here. So he thought he killed both of them here, right? But Xana had already said, hey, somebody's here, right? So that's why, you know, law enforcement thinks it's possible it was her, However, Dylan said it was Kaylee, and that kind of makes sense. And maybe the dog was just, her playing with the dog upstairs or whatever, right? They're not asleep yet. So then he goes upstairs after that, after he thought he killed them, because his goal was to kill, I think Madison Mogan was actually his target. And then he goes upstairs, and then he kills Madison and Kaylee. Then he goes back downstairs, and this takes out the need for him looking for anything. He comes back downstairs and hears whimpering coming from this room. He goes over there, he attacks, he says, hey, it's okay, I'm here to help. And he kills Xana, and she hits the ground with a loud thud. Then he comes back this direction, and that actually ends up being, let me go all the way down to the bottom. So he comes back this way. Xana's bedroom's to the left there. This is Dylan Mortenson's room. And then right then he goes out and leaves through the kitchen and the sliding glass door like that. Kind of makes sense that way. Now you don't have to make it look, now he's not looking for the knife sheath. It actually makes sense. All right, if you believe Dylan Mortenson heard Kaylee Gonzalez. Right. All right, we're 50% of the goal tonight, you guys. So if you're out there and you like what I do, consider supporting the channel. And by the way, this is what the surveillance footage looks like. If you haven't seen it, they don't like to show you this stuff, the Kohbergers. This right here is November 13th, 2022 from the 1112 King Road residence. This is what it looks like. And this is at probably 156 is about when Madison and Kaylee were coming home. Look how clear this is. Look at this. When that Elantra does the 3-point turn, they know exactly what car this is when it comes back and goes this direction. Look at this thing. This thing is way better than the other footage that's out there. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. The Kaylee saying somebody's here, it makes the whole story make more sense now. Right? Doesn't it? He kills Ethan and Xana first, goes upstairs, kills Madison and Kaylee, and then when he comes downstairs, he hears whimpering sound, and it's actually, oh, I can't leave somebody alive, so he goes and finishes off Xana, and maybe she was even on the bed or something, whining, looking at, I mean, it's kind of sad, but she's probably looking at Ethan, who's dead, but she's already grievously wounded, and he says, it's okay, I'm here to help, and he's actually the killer again, and then he finishes her off, and then the loud thud is why she's on the floor right there. I think that makes a hell of a lot of sense. I think that's the theory that actually makes sense now that we revisit that. You know, if we just realize that it's not Xana, it really, to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter, but that makes sense of the information that we hear. There's 2 3-point turns. One of them's behind the 500 Queen Road. So approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera, we did that. Okay, Dylan Mortenson stated, she opened her door for a 3rd time after she heard the crying, saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. So he just got done killing. See, this is what's interesting about it. See, even in this document here, it says that he leaves after passing her. And he was coming from Xana's room. Okay, so everyone always believes that, yes, that's, they were killed second. But I think it was first and last. Like 1, 2, 3. And that's why, and then he was leaving after that. And she said she described the figure as 5'10" or taller, and everybody goes, Kohberger's 6'5". No, he's 6 foot, you guys. He's 6 foot. It says it right there on his driver's license. Not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Dylan Mortensen as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. So that means he's leaving after killing Xana Kernodle. Dylan Mortensen locked herself in her room after seeing the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murder left the scene. The combination of Dylan Mortensen statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen's phone, and video of a suspect vehicle, as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. So look at, they have reviews of forensic downloads of Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen's phone. So they must have been kind of like communicating or something. But one thing we know for certain is Kohberger was not in the house at 4. But this is what they do this in law enforcement a lot. They give you a little bit wider range every single time. Like in the Delphi case, it's 12 to noon, when we actually know that's not really the case. You know, well, it's not really the case at all. Let's see. Lock yourself in a room after seeing the male. This leads investigators to believe the murder left the scene. Okay, the phone and video suspect vehicle described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. I can tell you that the murders happened between 4:08 and 4:20. Okay, I can narrow it down to a 12-minute window. Law enforcement has the car speeding away at, I would actually say you could reasonably say that the murders happened between 4:09 and 4:19. I don't know. Why wouldn't he ask that, Sharon? That's what another serial killer said, the same thing, Sharon. You just were told that by Tumbleweed. Gacy. Yeah. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime. Oh, the second one! It must have been placed there then! By the ISP forensic team, by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detective's shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of Van's shoe sole just outside the door. Dylan Mortensen's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with Dylan Mortensen's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Yeah, I mean, it's cool that that proves it, but you didn't really need that element in there. As part of the investigation, an extensive search commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13, 2022. In the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspects or suspect vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. The video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have received numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. Now, I have videos out there where I drive these exact locations. Obviously, a lot of the people out there haven't seen these because they just keep watching The Clown and The Scottish Wacko, okay, over and over and over again. Reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at 3:28. So I'll show you this part right here. This is 3:26 right here. I've driven by here many times. There's a surveillance camera, I believe, on this house. This is in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive. The timing, when I drove it live on screen and just by myself, 3:26, and you pass this A&W and this blue route right here. So you stay on Indian Hills Drive, and then it comes out here on Steiner Avenue, and then it goes through this intersection, and this is in A&W, and at 3:28, a camera right here filmed the vehicle driving by, missing its front license plate. Then it drives by, and it continues on. And the timing of this means that it's the same vehicle. I mean, it's astounding that people think, oh, they're playing a tag team. There's another wide Elantra waiting for this one to come by, and then it hits it, and then and it takes off, and it's got the right speed and everything, and the timing, and it's just a different car, though. So anyways, that was at 3:28 by the A&W. On this video, it appears suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate, everybody. Just like Bryan Kohberger. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29. So that's exactly at 3:29. There's a camera right here, everybody, on this road, Linda Lane, filming this way. I've seen the shot. It's actually a shot filming this direction, and you see a car driving by at 3:29 and 40 seconds. Hey, thanks, SJab Weather 22. And thank you. And yes, you too can help support the Gray Hughes Investigates YouTube channel by sending in a super chat or becoming a channel member. Maybe some of you can buy channel memberships for some of the people that are out there right now. We're nowhere near the number where I buy memberships, but that would be great. Thank you. Now, hey, listen, Jack, listen, I know that you think you can hear all these things on the camera, but you can't. All right? Thank you. All right, here we go. Let's get back to this. Don't you hate when people, they listen to something, they pretend that they can hear on the Linda Lane footage the sound of the thuds or some other video that somebody else put out there? Give me a break. God. All right, look at that. Lady of Cali was gifted a membership by Blasty Pow Pow.
It's for charity.
Yeah, well, also, I mean, here's what on my channel I donate 33% of the entire gross income, and that includes my ad revenue on videos that I make. Okay, so like last month, the month before last, almost the entire super chat amount was donated to charity because I had ad revenue also. I think that's worthy, don't you think, you guys? I mean, when you go to these other channels, do you ever see them do anything? Seriously? Right. Didn't think so. Thank you, Jessica Miller. Very kind, very kind. So look at 3:29, the vehicle drove by right here at 3:29 in like 40 seconds. And then look what it says. I do have a different opinion now on, I think it does, the car perhaps does go the other direction, but the same route, just backwards. Because of audio, I gotta still take the time to go review that information, but. Yeah. All right, so right here it says a review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1. Well, I guess that's just nothing. That doesn't exist, everybody. We just learned in these hearings that those don't exist. It was all made up here. The entire probable cause is a fabrication out of somebody's mind. And yet Kohberger still languishes in prison. Oh, how unfortunate. Don't you think that would be a Frank's motion all day long? Like, you would just be... All right, if you don't know what a Frank's motion is, we know what it is because we followed the Delphi case. Frank's motion is that without false information on a probable cause document, the judge wouldn't have granted the search warrant. And because there's false information on there, the information born from that should be taken out of the case. And that's what they're working towards this in the Idaho 4 case, for damn sure. Hey, Lisa Valenzuela, 15 months. I think you've been here a lot longer than that. And Cheryl Bullock, thank you.
I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Yeah. Yeah, there's every one of these cars, everybody. Listen to this. There's so many Elantras in the town that the one driving at 3:26 a.m. on Steiner Avenue or at Indian Hills Drive is a different one than the one that drove by the A&W at 3:28, and a different one that drove by getting near the residence at 3:29. It's different. They're all three different ones. There's so many Elantras driving around at 3 in the morning that they're all different, even though they're all exactly right in line with each other. Again, here it is. Indian Hills Drive, the vehicle's heading in this direction at 3:26. Then at 3:28, the same vehicle drives by right here, exactly the amount of time we did this. Then it passes right here, exactly when I drove by it. It was 3:29 and 40 seconds. And then we continue on. 4 months from Blasty Pow Pow. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, now we're moving forward here again. See, is there anybody that when you're listening to this is the first time you've gone through this probable cause in a rational way? You know, like a person that really, you know, like I know what I'm doing when I'm going through this thing. I'm not like, well, hey, what about it? Could be a different one. If you have a rational mind that can think logically, but put a 1 if you're in here and you've never gone over this probable cause document and only heard references in various videos, etc., of other people talking about it. Well, it's good that there isn't that many, if any at all. Okay, that's good. All right, here we go. So right here it says, neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 and ending at 4:20. So that's getting close to 51 minutes. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 making an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Willanta Drive. Now, I used to think that meant each time it left on Willanta Drive, but somebody said, I think it just means that he did the 3 passes, then the last time it left on Willanta Drive. And I think that might be right, because I think the vehicle would actually, based on, I think the same loop here is what it did. And I'm missing the loop on here for some reason. Let me see. Is it that one? No. It's got to be in here somewhere. Or I'll just, I don't really want to turn them all back on. There's so many in here. Oh, there it is. Okay, boom. Got lucky. Yeah, so this is how it is right here. So each loop, it seems like it might have gone out like this and then around and then back into the area on Willanta Drive. But you would think that they would have mentioned that. So I'm not really sure exactly how it was doing it. I'm going to have to try to figure that out. But the vehicle does come and does 3 initial passes, and it says it right there. It makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents, then leave via Willanta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, This is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Hey, are you kidding me? There's hundreds of white Elantras driving around, though. What kind of a comment is that? This is a cover-up. This officer's trying to cover this up, everybody. There's thousands of white Elantras driving around at 3 in the morning in this town because, as we know, there are 22,000 white Elantras in Moscow, Idaho. One for every adult living in the town, and sometimes two. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. So this is where it all gets put together here. Watch this. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at 4:04. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52. All right, listen to this. This is number 52 right here, that building. This is Queen Road, and it drives eastbound, and then it stops and turns around in front of 500 Queen Road 52. Now watch this. I'll open up the video. Let's go back and just see these other time frames. All right. So it starts off here. This is 3:30, and there's the car, comes around. This is exactly what the probable cause said. Remember 3:29, it was over on that street. Came around. Look at that. It was almost like as if he just kept driving. Here it is. There goes the white Elantra driving by. Let me get the stuff off the screen. All right, that was 3:31. And then the time will skip because I'm just putting that on. So 3:38, it comes by again. The exact same vehicle, doing the exact same thing, has the same profile as it drives by. Look at this right here. It comes by, and there it goes. And there's actually sound on this. So let's do this again with the sound. Let me go back to here. Okay, here's the sound. Here we go. Hear the sound of that vehicle? Listen. There it goes. Can you tell the car's white? Yeah, law enforcement told us it was a white Elantra. Hey, thanks, Lisa Valenzuela. All right, so that was 3:31. Now the 3:38 one, it sounds exactly the same. Same profile, everything. It's the same car driving around. No, it isn't gray. It's one of the other 42 white Elantras that park in that same parking lot. There it goes. Right there. You can see it up in that left-hand side of the screen right over here. All right, then the next one is at 3:50. These are the first three. Now, there's a longer gap on that one, and it absolutely appears now, based on what we've heard in court, Troy Road and all that. Remember that? They brought up Troy Road. There's a gas station right here that picked up the white Elantra at 3:45 right over here. It's actually right in this area, driving in this direction. 3:45, so it drove further away that time. So on that loop, after the second pass, it drove further away and then came back. And it does appear that that's it. And the timing, it absolutely worked perfectly again. Leaving the crime, I drove from right here to here, and it took exactly, like if you pretended the time I left, it was 3:45 exactly when I got over there. All right, absolutely accurate. So as if he had, just left the house and drove over there, and then he came back. So the third one, it takes like 16 or 17 minutes. And this is it right here. Here it comes again. It's the same vehicle. Look at the profile as it comes over here. And there it is. Those are the first three. Now, let's go to the fourth one. Remember how it said at 4:04? See, this camera here matches the probable cause document perfectly, even though they never mentioned this camera. They obviously have this footage, but they're using 1112 King Road footage because it's crystal clear. They can see it driving by. They use this camera, though, to tell you that it turned around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52. Does that make sense? So they saw this footage here, and you'll see that here in just a second. Watch this. So it's 404 and earlier. Now it's 405 now. The car is pulling up into the area. There it comes. See, look at how the car is doing. It's turning around right there. See, just look at that. You can see that that's a white Elantra, and it went there, backed up, turned around. You can literally see the exact shape of a white Elantra. Now look at the window right there. I mean, it's kind of small because I'm not zooming in or anything, but it's right there is the window, and that's exactly what the Elantras look like. Guess what? Law enforcement told us it was a white Elantra. And why don't you want to believe them? They say it right here that at 4:04 a.m. it can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52. So we go back out to the video, rewind it slightly, and look at 4:04. It's like right here is 5:05. That means before this is 4:04 and something, and it's driving by and it's coming back here and it turns around in front of number 52. No, I'm going to do exactly what I'm doing here. I'm doing it the way I want to do it, Michael. I don't know what you want me to look at, or you want me to look at some other guy getting into a car and shit at 423. I'm not really interested. Anyways, here we go. The car turns around right back there. See that? Does a turn, and then it leaves. It doesn't finish its loop. Watch this. It backs up, and then it exits the area again. And now what it's doing is it's driving this direction. You saw that right there. It came out like this. It's going to head down here, try to turn around or park right there, then do a 3-point turn right here. And I'll read it to you. Here we go. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road resident, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. So that maybe that's what Zozo was referring to regarding the, like they could hear something and they see these tire marks on the ground. It appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. Maybe that's why they're saying it appeared, because there's no camera that films that spot, I don't think. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Now, amazingly, this camera here, that same one I have on the screen. This one right here is going to show that perfectly. You're going to see the Elantra driving down right where my arrow is, and then doing a 3-point turn, maybe driving in like this, backing up, and then going back this direction. Then after it goes in that direction, we have this. So I might play this whole time out. So right now the car is likely trying to turn around or park right in front of Queen Road. Hey Zozo, it's good to see you. Give me that other face too, with the straight eyes and the straight mouth. This is the amount of time. So right now it's probably over at the intersection of Queen and King, doing its 3-point turn, backing up. It's probably, I wouldn't doubt it when they say it was trying to stop or turn around, that it actually stopped and looked at the house for a bit to see what was going on in there. Because remember, the DoorDash guy just got there. And he's looking at it. So now then he drove forward. He's doing a 3-point turn at Queen and King. He's now heading back behind the house, he's just turned around right there. Now he's going back this direction, and he's going to finish his loop here. So there's 407 and 18. See the light up there? Now that car's coming. Here it comes. The same exact vehicle, everybody. And here it comes. Right there. See, that's the exact same car all 4 times. And look what time it is. 4:07 and 39-40 seconds. So just extrapolating on that, you would say to yourself, okay, it's driving by, and probably got over here at 4:08, right? Then at 4:09 goes inside the house. And then once he goes inside the house, here's the front door. It's not the door how he got in, though. He came in through right there. There's the kitchen. He came through this direction. And, you know, now we were looking at that other information. It could very well be that he killed these 2 first. Then after that, went upstairs, killed, after he goes into, you know, we don't know if he went into Xana's room, but he went in this room and he killed Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. And then when he was coming down the stairs right here, he hears a whimpering sound. And then he goes straight forward into the left, finishes off Xana, then comes back out this direction and exits the house. And Dylan Mortenson's right here in this room right here. All right, I'll give it one more shot here, you guys. We are at, what are we at percentage-wise? We're at about 60%. So if you guys can help support the channel tonight, we do have 440 people watching. Should be mildly easy. So if you're out there and you feel like, you know, I do a good job and you want to help support the channel, that'd be great. All right, so exits the house. Now we're going to go back to the probable cause document. And here we go. Where it can be seen completing. Now, let me just throw this out there, though. All right, so, you know, this is the house, and then he leaves at like 4:18, but he's coming like this. He's leaving the house, goes to his car, probably does some blood spatter mitigation, takes his bloody gloves off and his outer clothing, puts it into a plastic bag, maybe puts on another shirt, some more gloves, gets back in his car, and drives away. You know, people are always like, how did he do that? How did he do that? Well, because he did. And he doesn't have to be smothered in blood like Carrie, you know, like Carrie was in the movie Carrie. You know, Sissy Spacek looked like she had dove in a swimming pool of blood. That's how people's brains think. You know, depending on which direction he killed people from, he might not have had much blood exposure on him, but he, you know, obviously you can't avoid some. It's not like, you know, I doubt he has arterial spray all over his body. You know, he probably, you know, got most people from behind or stabbed them in places where you're not really going to get the arterial spray, but more cast off by the knife being plunged in, pulled out, and, you know, blood would necessarily land on other items. Yeah, I don't really understand why it's such a struggle here tonight, Paulette, and last night and tonight. It's just really disheartening, you know, really amazing. We've been doing this for months and months and months, and we're back into one of those crazy, yeah, so anyways. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to tell you guys. So up here, for those watching here, we just saw the Elantra out here at 4. How do we know that's the Elantra? Because law enforcement told you it was. Does everybody here not believe? Like, hey, if you're somebody that doesn't believe law enforcement really saw a white Elantra, then I can't help you. I can't help you. But law enforcement sees a white Elantra from this camera, 1112 King Road residence. See that? Why is that, KJ? I don't get you. I'm talking about the support on the channel. It used to be where, you know, the super chats, people would just help support the channel, be really easy to get to the goals and everything, even up till last month at the beginning. And then for some unknown reason, I don't know what it is, it just went because we're not even at last night's numbers, if you can believe that. Anyways, so look at this right here. At 4:08, you see the car driving back here, coming around, and then it probably, you know, parks at 4:07 and 30 seconds or so, and then probably parks at 4:08, gets out of the car at 4:09, and then leaves, and then the murders happen, and then the car leaves at a high rate of speed at 420. Now people say, how do we know that's Kohberger's Elantra though, if we believe it's one? Well, here's how we know it is. Because inside of that 12-minute time frame, a knife sheath was left by the murderer on the bed of Madison Mogen, and it contained the DNA of Bryan Kohberger. Okay? Now, that means, and you know what somebody else wrote in the comment section? You can't admit this type of DNA at trial. That's a joke. Okay? It's a joke. Yes, you can. And so, inside of that 12-minute window, from 408 to 420, a knife sheath was left at the scene with Bryan Kohberger's DNA on it, which verifies that the white Elantra that was missing its front license plate was Bryan Kohberger's white Elantra. Circumstantially, I mean, it's absolutely incredibly damning circumstantial evidence. Now you go, well, it's circumstantial, Gray. Yeah, see, look at this idiot. Speculation, Gray. It's speculation. Give me a break. Jesus. Yeah, everybody, every bit of circumstantial evidence is just speculation. You know, it doesn't mean a damn thing at that point.
Chewbacca?
Hey, thanks, Morning Freaks. I mean, Alex said Morning Freaks. I like the name Morning Freaks, though. Hey, come on, you know. And thanks, Toronto Swede. Did Zizna ever eat her food from DoorDash? I don't know if she did. I'm sure law enforcement would know. They would probably be able to tell you because it stops digesting the second you're dead. Your food doesn't digest any longer. So maybe they have a good way of saying. I mean, it's like the time of death is pretty obvious in this one. You know, it's like between. You know, I don't know if you can get down to the second, but you know, it's obviously between 408 and 420. You know, you could say like 419 though, because you know the car drove away at a high rate of speed on the 1112 King Road camera. So you have to have time to get to the car and then drive away and then be seen on that camera, which is down the street a little bit. Or Suede, is that Suede? You're so mean, Gray. Well, thanks, Blasty Pow Pow. Doesn't that mean something to you guys? Hey, the Kohbergers out there. It doesn't mean something to you that there is a white Elantra. Law enforcement has told us that the suspect vehicle 1, which is a white Elantra, made 3 passes and then a 4th, and the car that we see on the Linda Lane footage matches what they're saying exactly. That means that the white Elantra did come around back here and around, and then at 408, they were following it. Now, you know, they have this camera. That's why they know. So here's what law enforcement knows, everybody, that it turned around right here. That means they did use this camera too. So they have this camera, they have the Linda Lane camera, so it's going to be absolutely amazing what they get to see. So law enforcement, and Ann Taylor's seen this shit. She's lying to her Kohberger wackos out there. She's seen this. The vehicle comes in right here and drives this direction, and then you see it leaving 3 different times, and then in the last one, it comes like this. I'm just going to show you. On the 4th pass, you'll see it go like this. The car is going to go like this. Then you're going to go over to the this video right here. You'll see it showing up back here. You'll see it do a turnaround right there, back up, go this direction. Then we'll go back out to this camera, and you'll see it drive by here, do a 3-point turn. You know, drive this way, back up, go like this, come back this direction. Then on this camera, you'll see it come around, and this time go out the way it's supposed to go. It's all like a movie. Did you hear that? Grace said movie, like it's a script. This is all fake. It's AI, everybody. It's AI. I hope he files. I want Kohberger to have a change of venue. I think now the people in Moscow listening to all these wackos, they're probably way more interested in the case than somebody living in a different town. They'll probably listen to the crazy, the clown and the Scottish guy. They listen to those people. Ooh, did you hear what he said again? Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, ridiculous. So anyways, it's the suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive. So I actually think as well that when in this area here there's cameras, maybe over here and other places that show, so like when he drove up like this, there must be cameras over here that it didn't go by. So then he knows that the vehicle drove this direction. And look, you can't get out of some of these areas. You come over here and you kind of get stuck up in this crazy area. Or, you come down here and you drive down one of these streets. I was out there. It took me like 4 times before I realized, okay, you just go to here, you take a right on Conestoga, and you stay on Conestoga, and you follow it around, and it comes right out here. Now, given the time on Google Maps, you would come out in this area at 4:25. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Yeah, what Alan McMahon says. Isn't that crazy? Those guys actually want that stuff. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses databases that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between the vehicles. After reviewing numerous observances of the suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed, see, here's what's weird is the Kohberger wackos, they think it's weird that he first said it was 2011 to 2013, but he changed his mind. I mean, isn't that what a good investigator does? Why do they have to be 100% correct the very first time they mention something to somebody? Wouldn't it be better if, like, what if he found out later, oh, wow, that could be a 2014 and 2016. I didn't realize the similarities there. And he said, well, I can't do that because earlier I said it was a 2000. I mean, that's just ridiculous, you guys. I don't understand why people make a big deal over this part here. It's insane. They corrected it all before it even, for the probable cause here, prior. Thank you. No, let's see. S-Jab Weather 22 said, Gray, don't you know the murders happened at Linda Lane and then wheeled back to the house and staged by the Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Those are things that they actually say, right? I mean, I've missed some of these later revelations.
Great. Don't you know the murders happened at Linda Lane and then wheeled back to the
Yeah, I
house
was going to show the
staged by
video
the
that I
frat?
have of the car.
Uh-huh.
If I can find it. Yeah, this one right here. Look at this. 2011. I'll move it over here so it's already in the quicker. Wait, hold on. I think this is it. Let's just use this. So this is 2011, you guys. I mean, let me just scrub through it. Look at how similar all these are. 2011, all the way to, yeah, I don't know if I only had up to 14 on that one, but, oh no, there it is. 16, look. 16, I think I have all the years, so I play it fast. Let me just go to right there, play it again. That's 2011, 2012. You notice they're almost exactly the same. The only thing that's different on the 2015 is that there's I think a little light or something back here, a little tiny sliver of a light. That's 2013. Look how similar. You can actually replace the windows on all 6 of these. 15, right there. See that little red thing there? That's the thing, the only difference in body shape and everything of all the rest of them. See that? Oh yeah, and look at this too if you guys want to see. This is one of my better videos out here. Here, watch this. There's the white Elantra. I'm zooming in on it. See it right there? Look at the window shape of this car here. And then I actually move it up there, make it smaller. I mean, it's exactly the same car doing the turn in front of number 52 Queen Road. You know, I could have done a little bit better of overlaying it, but look at that. That's exactly where it was. And then here he is in that white Elantra. It's kind of interesting just seeing that. Maybe we could watch some of that. Oh, that's right. It's a Chrysler 300 because you saw the angle back there. God, I wish she was just... You know what I wish is she went to the front of the car just so we could see it not have its front license plate.
Hello, I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you.
How could this guy be a killer? Look how nice he is.
I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you?
Yep.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
Yes. Let me just get this for you out.
You what?
I'm just gonna get this out for you.
Okay.
So would you?
This is him trying to deflect again.
A little bit further. So
he doesn't care.
When you're stuck like in the intersection, you have to make the left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have?
Well, listen, Brian, the appropriate thing would be to shut
You're
the hell
not
up.
supposed to block an intersection like that in Washington, so just
by the way, I agree with I claim the intersection every time. Like if you're at an intersection where the traffic on the other side, it's during rush hour and you've got to wait for an opening, you might not ever make it home. Okay? You have to go out and claim the intersection and then turn left when the light turns red. You at least get to go. And other cars might be able to go behind you at other times after that. But if you just sit there, you could be there for an hour. Yeah, maybe they should do that.
The intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation.
Okay, yeah, okay, great. Anyways, then there's this one. Remember this? He's He's probably like, crap, I could have arrested that car that just drove by at 90 miles an hour.
How y'all doing? Good, good. Take your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up.
Let me do the talking, Brian. Let me do the talking. Hey, did you guys hear about that shooting?
On the van, man. You right up on the back of that van. You're over for tailgating. Is this your car?
I know. Like right now, I think he looks pissed at his dad when his dad says, hey, did you hear about that shooting?
Okay, cool. Where you headed?
Like he's up there to say, we're going to get like bagels. Oh, no, that was Thai food. That's right. And then he says, well,
we coming from WSU.
Oh my God! Look at that! Look at Kohberger right there. He didn't want to say that we're coming from WSU.
Well, we coming from WSU, and
he's like, yeah.
What's WSU?
University, basically. That is SWAT team area.
Yeah. Why is he talking about a SWAT team from some? God, man. Yeah, it's wild. So guess what, everybody? He got pulled over twice. And Kohberger has nothing to do with the murders of those 4 people. Ethan Chapin, Zanuck O'Donnell, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez. But he did get paranoid because he got pulled over twice. And his first thought was, boy, I need to get home, wash the living crap out of my car, and I need to start separating my trash to get my DNA out of this house, because I was pulled over twice. Other than that, I felt absolutely normal.
So I'm having a hard time reading because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going there? Oh.
We're going to be going today.
Yeah, it does seem like his dad knew. It's almost like his dad is sort of like Dexter's dad, you know, just kind of...
Oh, okay.
Did you hear, Gray? He said Kohberger's dad was like Dexter's dad. What a bastard.
Yeah. Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or there was
I know, wouldn't you mention that? That's what I was saying the other day, like when I first covered this, I go, you know, like his dad almost seemed to be covering for him by bringing up an incident that isn't even a big deal, really. I think that's the Brent Kopacka incident, by the way. But comparatively, the Idaho 4 murders were massive. Okay, so his dad they'd be totally aware of this. It was all over the news, and it's just a hop, skip, and a jump, you know, 6 miles away from, maybe 7 or 8 miles away from his college. And that's what you would have said. Oh, yeah, it's kind of near that place where those, you know. But he didn't say that. He brought up something totally different. I don't know if he knew or not, but it's kind of suspicious the way he, you know, why is he even here, you know? To make it so that there isn't a single guy driving home in a white Elantra, that it's 2 people. I mean, it is kind of interesting. All right, you guys, we're frozen again. We're not quite at the goal tonight, but if you can help support the channel out there, that'd be great. Unfortunately, I have to bring it up every so often now, but definitely not there. We're only at like 70, maybe not even, about 70%, perhaps. So that would be fantastic if you guys feel like I'm worthy of supporting. Thank you very much.
Mass shooting and everything.
Where?
Oh, here's the other one. He already would have had his license plates changed at this point. But just look at that car. That's the same damn car that was driving around.
Should go off the state police, got your license registration. I stopped you, man, when you were driving by me there, you were a little too close to the back of that semi. About one car between you and the back of this trailer. We're about one car going 10 miles an hour, so we're going 60 or 70 miles an hour. We're about 6 or 7 cars. Oh, you guys did? Yeah, man.
I don't know if they stopped him to spook him, but how many of you, if you're innocent, like he didn't kill anybody, even if he got pulled over twice, wouldn't you just tell your friends, God, that was crazy. You should have seen these cops. They pulled me over twice when I was driving down the road. That's wild, man. It's never happened to me before. But if you're guilty, wouldn't you think, shit, they're onto me. I got to go home. I'm going to start separating my trash. But you know what it means? It shows you how stupid Bryan Kohberger is. He's an idiot, all right? Why would he needs to take his entire family's trash out of there. Because you would think somebody like that would actually realize that it would lead to his parent anyways and still lead directly to him. As in fact, that's all they found. Amazingly, don't you think that's weird, everybody? That in the garbage cans, they didn't find Bryan Kohberger's DNA. You know why? Because he was putting his DNA garbage into the neighbor's garbage cans. He did exactly what he wanted to do. So they ended up getting the biological father of him, and that was enough for the arrest warrant. And guess what, everybody? The buccal swab that they got from Bryan Kohberger matched the DNA on the knife sheath perfectly. It is Bryan Kohberger's DNA, unless there are, I think it was something like 8 quadrillion or octillion planet Earths that have 8 billion people on them, and one of those people might have that. All right, so the thing is, everybody's worried about, what about how they got the lead? It doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. Do you think it's ethical to have informants? Like, what difference does it make how the lead got there? The lead isn't the problem for Kohberger. It's that once the lead was given, he matched the DNA on the knife sheath. For example, if a psychic, I said this the other day, they go, that's a terrible analogy. No, it's perfect. If a psychic had said, hey, everybody, we've got Kohberger. I believe it's this guy. He works at WSU. He's a professor. He's a hot delicate little body skipper. Yeah, I think his name's Bryan Kohberger, the psychic says. And they go, okay, we'll look into it. They look at it and go, that's weird. He does have a wide launcher. They drive all the way out there and they take garbage out of the garbage can, which is totally legal. It's been thrown away. And they get the parent of the person whose DNA is on the knife sheath. Then that's enough for a warrant. They arrest actually Kohberger at that point. And then they get a buccal swab of his DNA that's compelled by the court. And then they compare it to the knife sheath DNA, and it's a 1-to-1 match. It is him. Is anybody going to go, prove to me how that psychic... I mean, look at it. A psychic just told him, they went out there. What difference does it make? How the psychic derived their visions. I don't believe in that shit at all. But let's just say that is how it led there. Why does it matter to anybody? It's the fact that the lead was proven to be true. That's what matters. All right? Unbelievable. But you guys, I just mentioned that we're not quite at the goal, and 0. All right? So I'd love it if you guys could try to get it. We didn't get there last night. I'd like to have a night where I feel like I did something. All right? Thank you.
You got stopped by a trooper?
Yeah, he just mentioned, we just got pulled over a minute ago.
We don't have any SUVs. It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Yeah. Okay, all right. You thought you guys were following too closely?
Yeah, that's what the clown said too, that Bryan Kohberger, he could have just been voyeur looking into Madison Mogen's room, but there's no evidence that he's the killer. Okay, so now you're going to admit that he's standing around, he's sitting in a car outside looking into the window, and then there was a murder happened, and just randomly a knife sheath was left in the house with his DNA on it. Okay, right, so he never went in the house. It just sort of, the logic that's deployed by these crazy people well, there isn't any used, so that's the problem. Maybe I need to throw myself in prison again. Will that work?
Okay. The B&B mail says 227.
Cool. I just got an email from Colleen. I asked her about a different case that maybe we could fund. Jesus. Okay, so this is where are we at here with this guy? Yeah, so he said it. Okay, so upon further review, they indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016. Oh my God, he's adding ones to make Kohberger fit. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession. See, after that they went, oh, now we can expand our range, not let's tailor it to Kohberger. In possession of a vehicle that is a 2011, but it wouldn't even matter if the range is 2011 to 2016. That's what the range is. Let me ask you this: why did he throw 2016 in there? Why didn't he just say 2011 to 2015, just to put Kohbergers in? Instead, he put 2016 also. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus. Dang it. Located in Pullman, Washington, WSU maintains a series of surveillance cameras and near its campus. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southwest Nevada Street and Northeast Stadium Way at approximately 2:53 a.m. So, inside of Pullman, Washington, you see the vehicle apparently leaves the house at around, you can see it. A white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1 was observed on WSU cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street. And then at 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman. Now, what all this is right over in this area right here. Let me get over it right here. Yeah, so it was like 2:44, and that's right here. And I think at 2:44 it drove up here and parked somewhere, and then eventually came back around here at 5:27, or not 5:27, at 2:53 went this direction, and then out. I think he drove out in this direction and down on some of these streets right here and out and around, and made its way down to the Pullman-Moscow highway there. I gotta get my music playing. But man, you guys, it's getting really difficult. Really difficult in here. Not sure. 450 people should be very simple to reach the nightly goal, but we're not able to do it. Just frozen. Nobody thinks it's worthy. Let's see. So it's 240 or 253. A white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. The camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. So that vehicle that was moving around was right in the range. So the 2015, though, has that little light on it. But it says that it was identified as a 2014 to 2016. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington On WSU campus cameras, the first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly to the West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. So I'll show you exactly where that is. So that's right here. It's seen on a camera right there driving this direction. And from that camera, you likely could still see it in the distance coming up here, and then it turned this direction. And then there's cameras like right here, 527 on Stadium Way, watching the car heading north. Okay, and he lives right there. And this is after the car came back, because if it's right here on Bishop or Johnson Avenue or road right here, look at the, like it had to have come from down here somewhere. All right, so I'll tell you where we're at right now. We are $68 short of the goal tonight. Is there any chance you generous freaks out there can get us to that number? Is it possible? With 449 people watching, that would be like a quarter for everybody. Is it possible, freaks? We're getting close to the 3-hour mark, and I'm getting tired, and I'm just kind of, how the people that think he's innocent have been talking about this for a year and ignored, right, they ignore all this stuff because they don't want it to be true. I don't understand what's going on lately in here. It's just wild, you know. They're so used to the other people that don't give a damn or give anything to anything. This channel relies on you guys to survive, and we also give away a ton of it. $202,000. If we're not going to continue to make that happen, I'm going to have to find something else to be doing to do the same thing. All right, I've been doing live streams every single night for years, rarely miss a night, and I don't know what to tell you guys. It's just really, 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 really disappointing in here. Yeah, I mean, look, S-Jab Weather, you've already helped out too many times tonight already, so thank you, but, you know, like, where's everybody else, you know? We got to get this going here. Gray, you rock our world, but there's no way we be taking driving lessons from you. What do you mean? Oh, you mean when I got pulled over that one time? But anyways, thanks, S-Jab Weather. So now we are 58 short. So keep that in mind if you're out there. And I know there's people out there go, gosh, Gray, I don't like, you know, but here's the thing. That's how this channel runs. There is no ad revenue at all. And we're one of the few channels that actually make a difference in the true crime world. You know, there's a reason that like I've been on different shows and so forth. You know, we actually do cover cases the right way, accurately, and we give a lot. I'm not sure what that means, Mimi Misty. I'm just saying everybody else has done it, but he's done, you know, many times tonight. Okay, obviously you could tell what I was saying, Mimi. Don't try to pretend that you didn't know what I was saying to be a troll. Okay. Thanks, Nicole K and Terry S. Let's see. 3 is a charm. Oh my God. Thanks a million. All right, now we're 42 short. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing these. I do shows every single night for 3 hours a day. I spend a lot of the day getting ready for the show, and you know, it's just one of those things. It's very disheartening. You're watching That Psychic? Which one? Okay, well then you don't need to make your comments, Mimi, because you're inaccurate. Hey, thanks, Karina Gates. Thank you very much. Right, so now we have his car coming back on camera. That's what these sightings are right here. Oh, and there's KJ and Vicky Kennedy, and yeah, where are we at now? Oh, only 13 short. Very cool, very cool. Weren't they trying to catch some marks on him or something and missed it at first time? Maybe in the vehicle. Yeah, I think they were people said they could see like a scratch when he was in the vehicle. Anyways, thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Oh, and there's Peter. Yeah, hey, almost there, almost there. Very cool, very cool. But, I mean, I've been talking to, I don't know, with Zozo about various things. Maybe try some new stuff, I don't know. Maybe we'll, try to find some, I don't know. I'm just working through stuff, man. It's been really a struggle lately. Hey, thanks, Yee and Nicole K. And, well, thank you, guys. There you go. There you go. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. What are you laughing at, Yee? And there's Nicole K. and Peter and Nikki Kennedy and KJ and Karina Gates and Terry and Nicole K. And I appreciate everybody. I have channel members too. So all of this is part of, at the end of the month, I donate 33% of the gross income. So I have to still pay taxes, right? And so it's usually about 50% of the net revenue for the channel. And the channel members are a big part of that too, So you're important up there too, Mimi. I mean, I'm just saying. I was just saying for the night. I'm trying to start reaching the goal again. It's been so difficult. Our donation night was way shorter than normal. 500 less than a normal donation night. And that made it so I couldn't do... I did get 3,800 donated last month, but it's supposed to be 4,000.
I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Thanks, Blasty Pow Pow. Nicole K. Sure show nearly every night where I try to interact with my thoughts. Well, good. Thanks, Mimi. I just don't need the criticism, because I wasn't talking to you, nor did I say what you said I said. Yeah, we just have a nightly goal in here, I try to get to 250 every single night. With 400 or 500 people, it should be sort of easy. There's nights where that's just simple. We get way past that, and that makes up for some of the shorter nights. But when you have 3 nights in a row, you start wondering. Yeah, I don't care, Bethany. I mean, you don't need... what's weird is when people explain stuff like that. First time here, don't think y'all will be donating. Maybe after a few more experiences with chat. Nobody asked you, we didn't need you to fill in that. See, this is where all the trolls... here's what happens. As soon as the goal's reached, then the trolls kick in, They always show up right at that time. Mm-hmm. I don't think, what a weird comment, man. Jesus, why don't you get the hell out of here? Jesus. Get rid of that one, too. All right, so here we go. And nobody's required to. I just try to reach the goal, and if it means that I have to ask, which people don't like, but I don't like it either, but it seems like that's the only way to get there these days. It used to just be nobody had to say a word, everybody was just helped out, they knew what we were all about, and these days it's not like that anymore. And I know the economy sucks and everything, but even up to a month ago it was the same as it was, so don't know. All right, let's get moving on here. So at 5:27 a.m. the Wida launcher was observed on camera traveling northbound on Stadium Way. We just went through all those in Pullman here. God, it doesn't stay on the screen. There you go. So it came back. So they have it coming back and they have it leaving. Right? That's all they have on camera at that point. We already went through these. At 3:26 here, we have the earlier times on camera at 2:44, 2:53. Then we have it over here and then it leaves at 4:20, and then we have it over here coming back in at 5:25, then 5:27, and then it pings in the area at 5:30, which we'll find out later. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys. I mean, the thing is, that's the thing. We've always been doing this. It's like the freak family. And we've made a massive difference out there. I mean, you guys know about our scholarship fund, right? We actually gave 2 $3,000 scholarships, and Zozo and Plato basically reviewed, check it out, 920 scholarship applications. It might have been more than that. But they went over every single one of them and picked 2 students, and they are getting $3,000. And the students are in the forensic sciences or law enforcement area, like that, right? So we have that. Then we also have our DNA fund that we've put over $80,000 in for identifying Jane and John Does. And I don't know. I think that's our coolest thing that we do. Is that element. So, anyways, there you go. If you're wondering some of the things that we do, we also give over 22,000 so far to Texas Equisearch. RAIN, which is Violence Against Women, has got over 20,000. And so has NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So if you guys are, think that that's all worthy, then good. Because other people don't give a shit. They're just waiting for their next check. All right. But what are your thoughts on the... I don't really follow that. I covered the Carrie and Reed case one night. I don't know what it is in that one. It's just one of those things where it's more of a drama case than a true crime case. All right, so back to this. Yeah. And this is what it's sort of depicting. I'm not sure. It's really a weird map with these dots on it. I don't know what they're showing here. I mean, it's almost like these white dots here are like water that was on the photocopy machine or something. Yeah. I haven't watched any of Karen Reed. I mean, it could be anything. On November 5th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Honda Elantra in the area November 29, 2022. So that means 16 days after the murders. Hey, thanks, Jacqueline F. At approximately 12:28 a.m., so late at night, Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra. So there might not have been a lot, like he does his query and there's this one. How many others did he find? One, maybe? Or, so it says right here he did the query and there it is. Hey, wow, 2015 white Elantra with Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. The vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman. I went to all these places. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. So that's close to where it was last sighted on camera. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., so that's crazy, look at this, 12:28, a half hour later, WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Elantra. So who was this one? What's this officer's name up here? MPD asked law enforcement to look out for Honda in November. Oh yeah, Daniel Tiengo. So then this one is just 30 minutes later, Curtis Whitman was looking for white Elantra, also Honda Elantras, because that bulletin came out, right? And located a 2015 white Honda Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road. So it shows you, this is what it shows you. There isn't a lot of white Elantras on that campus because both officers in a 30-minute period located the same damn Elantra. Doesn't that mean something to you guys?
We love critical thinking.
If there was 50,000, if there was 2,000 of them, how did they both land on the same damn one in a 30-minute period? Can I get a boom? That's a boom right there. You got to admit, like that absolutely, I didn't really think about that till this time, but look at that. 12:58 and then 12:28. He located it, and then so did this guy. 30 minutes apart, found the same white Elantra. Wow, you guys. There must be a million of them. Look at, there are 22,000 Elantras there, and these two guys stumbled upon the same white Elantra in a 30-minute period of time. Wow, what a miracle. All right, if we do 28 more, I'm donating 5 memberships. Yeah, it definitely was a setup. It was definitely a setup. They already knew it was there. Hey, everybody, query the... Look, it's at 16:30. Pretend you're querying it. We need that for the records later. All right, so that was 1288 Road in Pullman in the parking lot of the same exact place. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph. The license indicates that Kohberger is a white male, height. You know what I think I didn't do? What page is this on here? This is page 27. So where was that? During the processing. She did mention on the third pass. Oh yeah, the frozen shock phase, and he had bushy eyebrows. Right. Okay. So right here it says, additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. You know, just a little note here. I knew about the bushy eyebrows weeks before. I never said anything on the show, but after they made the arrest, I told people, I asked people, do you think he has bushy eyebrows? Just to let them know that I knew that piece of information. Further, and by the way, that's because I'm so dialed in with the prosecution, you know, that's why I'm out here. Oh, wait, no, it's just somebody emailed me that knew one of the witnesses and told me that. Or they knew a friend of one of the witnesses. Did you hear Gray? He said he's working with the prosecution. You know what I like about it? It means that my work is pretty good, and that's why people think that I'm involved with the prosecution and stuff, because it's just too, God, it nails things too well, you know, and it's just weird because I'm just using what we all have here. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff Deputy Oh wait, right here it says that this license indicates that Kohberger, white male, is 6 foot. Well, Dylan Mortensen said, at least 5'10", right? And weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male Dylan Mortensen saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff Deputy Corporal Duke's body camera and report, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649, which was set to expire on November 30th. So it's likely, this is my wording, that Kohberger planned this murder around the time that he would have to be changing his license plate. Kohberger provided his phone number as 509-592-8458. Has anybody tried calling that? See what it says on there? Hereafter, the 8458 phone, as his, because you can still call Richard Allen's phone, and he says something on there. As his cellular telephone number, investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that Kohberger's phone, say, I'm not going to call it the 8458 phone, it's Kohberger's phone, right? I mean, that's what it is. It sort of dumbs it down by not saying that. Kohberger's phone is a number issued by AT&T. And, man, that's unfortunate for him because AT&T has those great records. On October 14th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by WSU police officer. Upon review of the body camera and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Honda Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649. Let's see. Hold on, I'm actually gonna get the. What does that say? All right. I'm going to gift 5 memberships anyways, you guys, for the effort. Here we go. There you go. Who's getting him? Who's getting him? We got Sub Rosa. Oh, Alan McMahon got one. Look at that. B. Casto. Just make sure you stay a member, Alan, on your own, okay? B. Casto, Deanne Yackley, and Buckle Bunny. Who the hell is Clown Guy? Oh, he's just this idiot YouTuber. Just made a mockery of the case from day one. Apparently there's a tunnel that leads inside the house, and you could see it when the house got tore down, even though that's complete bullcrap. I was there. Yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome. All right, so on October 14, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained again as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. This is only 1 month before the murders. Upon review of the body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Honda Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFC 8649. Hey, thank you so much, Kylie. We Can Do It Freaks. Gray's a great channel. With true facts and mods. Yeah, true mods, that's right. Alright, so he was a sole occupant. On November 18th, 2022, according to Washington State license, Kohberger registered. See, there you go. I was actually wondering about. Look at the timing of this, you guys. On November 18th, just 5 days after the murders, according to Washington State licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate CFB 8708. I mean, come on. Jesus. The circumstantial evidence in this case is just mind-boggling. And then he changes plates and then he drives home with the new plates, with his dad even, to sort of shake things up a little bit. Was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified. But what they've never said in these documents is, well, they've never said when he was pulled over.
Great channel with true facts and mods.
Well, thank you. Oh, let me put that up on the screen. We Can Do It Freaks. Gray is the great channel with true facts and mods. And we also have Van Radis, We Love Critical Thinking, Jacqueline F. Then Blasty Pow Pow, Nicole K. Yee, Peter Vicky Kennedy. You guys can type words in, by the way. KJ and Karina Gates and Terry S. and Nicole K. and S-Jab Weather 22. Those are part of that last flurry in there. Thank you, guys. You know, they've never shown... here's what I'd like to have, you know, in this case, is I want to have where, you know, the times he was pulled over by the different officers that they noted he didn't have a front license plate. Because, I mean, you know, they don't need front license plates in Pennsylvania, but I don't know if we can say, I mean, the car that drove by the A&W didn't have a front license plate, and for me that's obviously Bryan Kohberger's vehicle because he left, there was a knife sheath left in a 12-minute window just after in between the time a white Elantra stopped and then drove away at 4:20 a murder happened where a knife sheath was left with Bryan Kohberger's DNA on, who drives a white Elantra. Therefore, the white Elantra likely is his that drove by without the front license plate. But I don't see anywhere in this document where it says that his car was observed by the times it was pulled over missing a front license plate. Now, that might be something they're keeping for themselves. You know, maybe the defense team has this information now, but that's not something they needed for the probable cause. All you need in this document is 51% of the burden, but I think this one just nails this guy. I mean, it's just... Yeah, so it says investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. And that's where I started developing my theory that Bryan Kohberger was emulating Ted Bundy by moving from Pennsylvania to Washington, just like Bundy did. And then after the murders, when he's driving with his dad, he's driving through all these places where Bundy went through, Utah, Colorado, you know, etc. And maybe he's sort of like driving through the lands that Bundy drove through. Who knows? But his mentor or his teacher in Pennsylvania was a serial killer expert, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. Hey, Richard Watts, how's it going? We did make the goal. My secondary goal was we're 15 short of that, but I already gave away the 5 memberships, so I appreciate the effort. So anyways, it said, so I was in Loma, Colorado. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th, and that was when he was pulled over those 2 times. And then on the 16th, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance videos showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. So he probably came home, dropped his dad off, and then likely maybe he went to a car wash and started washing his car even more because now he's paranoid out of his mind because he got pulled over twice. And, you know, of course, everybody, if you get pulled over twice, the first thing you do, I'm telling you right now, if you get pulled over twice, everybody, you drive straight to the nearest car wash and you start scrubbing the inside of your vehicle and the steering wheel over and over and over and over and over again. And then when you get home at night, when everybody's asleep, you sit at the kitchen table and start separating your trash from the family trash and putting it into the neighbor's garbage can because, man, if you get pulled over twice, they're looking at you for something. You know it. Yeah, the sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Through TLO, which is a search and locate tool database query used by law enforcement. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. I mean, doesn't everything just kind of line up for you here? I mean, it's just... Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for the internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asks for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. I mean, this guy, the circumstantial information regarding Kohberger is just astounding, and not only that, the actual direct evidence too, like the DNA, for example. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th. So Towers with an S. Between 3 and 5 a.m. So this is one of their, the cast collection of cell tower information. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and his phone number, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. So listen, compare this to what we just heard at the hearing the other day. A query of Kohberger's phone in these returns, so between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., did not show that Kohberger's phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity of the King Road residence between 3 and 5 a.m. You know why? Because he turned it off. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers and that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of the investigation, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cell phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area when a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or several months prior to the commission of the crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular phone at a separate location or turn it off. So when you're just driving around on your surveillance missions, you're not going to care about turning your phone off because you're not committing a crime at that time. It's the same thing with Chase Merritt when he buried the bodies of the McStay family on I think it was the 4th of, the 6th of February back in 2010, whatever it was. He had his cell phone on because, well, actually not then, on the 4th, he had his cell phone on, I think. I can't remember exactly on that, but his phone was pinging out there because at that time he wasn't committing a crime. And then he likely buried the bodies, though, on the 6th because he left tire tracks in the mud, and those would only be formed if it had rained, and it hadn't rained prior, and it didn't rain much after. And those tracks actually survived in the mud where he dumped both the bodies for all those years. They're still there currently. Also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date. During these types of surveillance, it's possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. On December 23rd, 2022, Corporal Payne, he's the guy that was at the hearing, applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. That's a 48-hour period. That's the first, the extraction that everybody keeps talking about. For Kohberger's phone held by the phone provider AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, Corporal Payne received records for Kohberger's phone from AT&T. These records indicated that Kohberger's phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and that the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022, which is interesting. He got a new phone just prior to the homicide, 4 or 5 months before. These records also include historical cell site location information, CSLI, and that's the, Sci-Ray, that's what he is into. After receiving this information, Moscow Police Department consulted with an FBI special agent, and Sci-Ray said he's qualified, that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST, Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examination, etc. All right, let's see. And then it says down here, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, investigators were able to determine estimated location for the 8458 phone from November 12, 2022 to November 13, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., Kohberger's phone was utilizing, so this is the night of the early morning hours of the homicide. His phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to his house, where he lived. At approximately 2:47, 5 minutes later, his phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to southeast of Kohberger's residence, consistent with Kohberger's phone leaving his residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., so just 2 minutes after the vehicle was, where was that? 2:40. Oh no, so it was right at that moment, at 2:47 when it utilized resources, and that's right down here. So like Kohberger lives up here, and I'm not really sure how they see it, but like, southeast would be kind of like, well, this is it, right? Like if you take, this is the entirety of Moscow, or Pullman, Washington, this would be sort of like the dividing line, and this would be west, and this is east, and anything south of here is south. So yeah, this is southeast right here. So it was utilizing resources that put the phone right in this area at 2:47, and then the phone stops reporting to the network. So it was turned off right at that moment at 2:47. Which is consistent with it either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, but that's not likely, right? There's cell towers all over that area there. The connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. Kohberger's phone does not report to the network again until 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95. So let's just look at this again. We're up here. This is Pullman, Washington. At 2:47, it loses it. It's off the network at 2:47. There's a sighting of it, however, at 2:53, heading this direction. And then there's other sightings, etc. Right over here at Indian Hill Drive. Again, 3:28, the 3 passes, then the 4th pass, then the homicide. Then it drove away at 4:20, comes out over here, and then guess what? Way over here at 4:48, he says, "I'm far enough away now," and turns his phone back on. Now, is that because he drove from way over here? Seems like he would have needed it on. I have a feel. I don't know where the 15 minutes of missing time is. But he turns his phone on right here, and it pings off this tower near Blaine, Idaho. Right there. And then you'll see by reading, we'll read through this, but let me get here. The phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with the phone being in the, yeah, we already went through that. So Kohberger's phone does not report to the network again until 4:48 near Blaine, right? At which time it utilizes cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95, south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine. So it's south of Moscow, not Pullman. And it's a town north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with Kohberger's phone traveling south on Idaho. So it says resources, right? south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. Now, here's what is a possibility, is that his car doesn't show up in, so he doesn't make it to Genesee here. You wouldn't be on a camera, because that town has, the road is actually away from the town. But in Uniontown here, is there a camera that should have picked him up that didn't? And maybe that's why they think he kind of cut across, even though these cell towers still pick him up, but in a northerly direction as he cuts across. That's why it was conceptualized like this. Cuts across and then drives this direction. Now, is there a camera in Colton here that picked him up? Maybe. Don't know. But Kohberger, his defense team said he made it over here to Wawa Park. But when we did the timing, if you go from 448 to here, let's see if we can do this. Let me do the Google Maps again. So I'll just put it like, where's Blaine? There's Blaine. Let's just put it right here. Get directions. Let's just say like south of Blaine here. Then we'll go way over here to this park and put a pin there. And let's see what it says. Okay, so the fastest way possible is just like this. So it's even quicker. Like you drive down here, you go to Uniontown. Ah, shit. Oh, God. I have to do that again now. That was brutal. Get directions. I was thinking it was Google Earth again. So let's just go like right here. Then destination again. Right there. To the park. So it says 39 minutes. So if it was 448, let's just say it was 450 plus 40. That would give you, you would get there at 5:40, right? I mean, no, 40 minutes. So it would just be 5:30. So around 5:30, the car would get right here, okay? But then how does his phone ping in Moscow, Idaho? I mean Pullman, Washington at 5:30 here? It's impossible. That's why I keep trying to tell everybody that it's virtually impossible to, let me redo this stupid thing. Directions, go here. That I'm turning around. I go right there, back over here. Why does it keep having me do this weird route here? Like, why is it doing that? Oh, I see. It wants to. Let me try it one more time. I'm gonna go right here, and then all the way over here. Okay, 35 minutes. There you go. So 35 would put you there at, so let's see, a half hour, 448, 418 plus 523. All right. So that's driving at their pace. Let's say you got there at 5, instead of 23, 518 because he drove faster. And this is all highway here, though. That's the thing. Like, this is all highway. This isn't cutting across some weird way. So he gets over here at 5:20, 5, let's say, so it's 48. So it'd be 48 and then 18, right? That makes, so it'd be 18. I guess it'd be, but then you have to add 5, so it'd be 523. So let's say he went quicker and it's just 520. So then how does he get from here? Let's clear this out. How does he get from right here? Pay attention, Kohbergers. How does he get from right there to, let's just even say, just right early on, way down here. How long does it take to get there? 23 minutes. So you go to, let's say it was 5:18. We'll give him 5 minutes quicker back there. You had 23 to it. You're now at 5:41, but his phone pinged in the middle of Pullman, Washington at 5:30. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, can't do it, you guys. Doesn't work. No, I've heard other people say it. I didn't come up with that word. Yeah. Okay, and it says, in at 5:26, the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with Kohberger's phone traveling on Idaho State 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, then north back to Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., Kohberger's phone utilizes resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to Kohberger's residence. Kohberger's phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of Kohberger's phone's estimated location and travel, Kohberger's phone travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources on November 13, 2022 that are consistent with Kohberger's phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to King Road residents at 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. Now, he wasn't going back to look for the knife sheath. He was going back there to observe and sort of get a thrill over watching law enforcement at the scene, because that's what a lot of these killers do. I mean, it'd be absolutely a lunatic to drive back there at 9 when you would think people are awake and finding, you'd find the bodies and everything. He's not going to be able to get into the house and look for the sheath. And then Kohberger's phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with Kohberger's phone traveling back to the area of Kohberger's residence and arriving to the area at 9:32. So he drove there, turned around, and came back home. Now, when you look at the timing there, it's like, if he leaves at 9:32, it'd be hard to, I guess technically you could just get there and turn around and come back. But, it depends on where it pinged at. Like, when it left Pullman, did it ping just as he was leaving? Or, where is the tower that got the 9 a.m. time? And this is the map that they're complaining about, because he said, yeah, this is my conception, my visualization of the route that he took. And that's the route that I drove. That actually exists. This part here doesn't. It doesn't really go down like that. The rest of it matches. Investigators found that Kohberger's phone did not connect to a cell phone tower that provides, or did connect to a cell phone tower that provides services to Moscow on November 14th, but investigators do not believe that Kohberger's phone was in Moscow on that date. So that's them being honest about sort of a ping. Now, it could be, for example, that he drove into this area or something, and his phone still pinged off of a tower. It could be that he was right over here, whatever, and it still pinged off of a tower over here. I'd like to know which face of the tower that one hit. I mean, it'd be strange if it hit on a sort of an east-facing portion of the tower, and he wasn't there. It'd be strange. Maybe there's some weird anomalies, but here's the thing is, when he's coming down here, how does it keep pinging off of different towers going around? And he's over here somewhere. I mean, come on. It's just, see, that's why it's tough, because you get like a guy like Cy Ray in there who's kind of a magician, can make people see whatever they want to see. And, they're hired guns to come in and reinterpret information. There's no chance that Cy-Ray is going to find the same findings that law enforcement and the FBI did, because that's not what his client is paying for. Right, that's what I was saying. Alan, I said he was actually expiring, so that's why he timed the murder up to do that, and then he got new plates right after that. He could have been abducted by aliens and transported through a time portal. Yeah, Kohberger's an idiot. You know, he tries to walk around and look like he's just so smart and everything. Of course he is. You don't think it's going to give him a lot of publicity, Isle of View? You know, he's got that podcast now. He's a big, true crimer. I mean, what a weird. Oh, who the hell does that? You're a podcaster, and then you're doing. It's ridiculous. Yeah. That's what he tells you, anyways, Isle of View. That's what he tells you. Wonder why the Kohberger people aren't having fundraisers like Richard Allen's fans have. Yeah. I mean, he literally was on like other YouTubers' channels too. I mean, is that really what professionally an expert should be doing, is hanging out, like you're at CrimeCon, and then you're going to be like an expert for a huge case, and you're just kind of... Yeah, I doubt he's doing it pro bono. And if he is, it's for the publicity element, not because he really believes in Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, perhaps he's been working for the state, now he's going to move out to the private world. All right. Kohberger attempted to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at King Road residence. On December 23rd, let's see, what does it say? Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, his cell phone was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman. Yeah, because it's his, his phone, and then there's a white Elantra there. And that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of Kohberger's phone during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the lack of Kohberger's phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23rd, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd. And this is the other extraction that they did. So they had that first one that was last 48-hour window, and then this one to current. So this was on December, I was granted search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current. So that's a wide, long time frame. And let's see, information and a pen registration trap and trace on Kohberger's phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims associated before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, 2022, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, investigators received historical records for Kohberger's phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June of 2022. I'd love to know the dates of all those, because man, wouldn't that be crazy if right after he got there, because maybe he chose that school specifically for one of the, like Madison. I think Madison Mogan is the target. After consulting with the cast, SA investigators were able to determine estimated location for Kohberger's phone from June 22nd to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for Kohberger's phone show that Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to the King Road residence on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours. Man, I want to know the times of that. Like, what? But of course, all of these times he was at Wawaway Park, according to Cy Ray, right? He was just over. One of these occasions, on August 21st, Kohberger utilized cellular resources provided coverage to King Road residents from approximately 10:34 to 11:35, like he's just hanging out watching. At approximately 11:37, Kohberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke. As mentioned above, Kohberger's phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time. So that means he's physically seen, not just his cell phone. It's like a cell phone and him are tied together. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed that Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from U.S. Chef Store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra. See, that's what's so amazing about this part right here is, like, you go down here, and here's Kate's Cup of Joe. At 12:36, his phone utilizes resources from Kate's Cup of Joe, and at the same moment, it's seen, a white Elantra is seen on camera from this place, right? So now we have his white Elantra and his phone connected to the white Elantra. That's the same suspect vehicle number one, or consistent looking to it, right? Then it says, suspect vehicle 1 drives past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from Kohberger's phone. At approximately 12:46, so just 10 minutes later, Kohberger's phone then utilizes cellular data in the area of Albertson's grocery store at 400 Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from Albertson's showed Kohberger exit that very same white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1, and approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior cameras showed Bryan Kohberger himself walk through the store, purchase unknown items, which I'm sure they know what those items are, at the checkout and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible route of travel is depicted below. I don't know what the hell they have all these little arrows over here. I don't know what they're doing. But he was over, So what's good about that is it shows the white Elantra, Kohberger's phone, and his physical being all together at the same time, and it sort of helps you visualize. I mean, you see that the white Elantra is moving around, and his cell phone gets turned on at 4:48. So you see this white Elantra moving around, missing a front license plate in Moscow, Idaho, and then just 28 minutes after the murders, it shows up south with, a ping. He turns his phone back on. Thanks, Sav Match. What's so funny, Sav Match? Geez, what happened? Man, you're really chuckling up a storm there. The King Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter. Wait, let me go here. So it says, additional analysis of records for Kohberger's phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 and 5:36. So this is some of the time frame that the defense likely has. Kohberger's phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Washington. I mean, that's so interesting, this little thing here. Then stops reporting to the network from 5:36 to 8:30. I mean, don't you find that just really interesting? So this is late in the, well, actually, that's just late in the evening. It's not in the morning. So this is 12 hours later. But anyways, after he was down here at noon, there's also 5 hours of missing time or so before he's here. But look at, this is the Johnson, and now his little park is right over here. But it's 5:32 to 5:36, right in this area. It turns on, you know? And I bet you, what if at that time, that's when he went over to this park. It was in the evening, not in the morning hours. He went over there in the evening. Because, I mean, look at that. 5:32 to 5:36. He goes over here. I mean, he makes this turn. That's why he turns it on. And he's utilizing... Well, watch this. Watch this. What if you go right from here? What happens if you... Let's do that same driving map situation. There's Johnson. Let's go right here. Directions from right here to right there. 21 minutes. Yeah, so you can drive like that, go around, but he needed his phone on, but maybe it quit hitting off of a tower because he's in the mountains and so forth over here. So he had it on for 4 minutes while he starts that drive and then loses connection to a tower and then makes it over here. Maybe that's where he gets rid of an item. You know, perhaps he went in those other 4 hours, he retrieved his knife or whatever he hid, and then he collected that, and then he turns his phone on just for a little bit to get him going on the right road. And then he, maybe that's when he went to Wawawe Park. I mean, who the hell knows? But it's pretty crazy. I think it's interesting. That 5:32 to 5:36 ping near Johnson, which is likely this cell tower right here, is exactly where that ping from 5:32 to 5:36. Then it's completely turned off until 8:30 p.m. It pings again. Now it's completely dark out at this time. You know, it gets dark at like 6 or 5:30 even. So he's like, this is 3 hours of night driving. So right around, you know, so what time? Let's see. When is sunset on February 13th, 2022? 5:35. I knew it, man. I was actually thinking, look at this time right here. Right when it gets dark, he turns his phone on just for a moment because he can't see anymore because it's absolutely dark out. And man, that's crazy. Jesus. Look at that. Oh, November 13th. Yeah, let me try that. Sorry about that. I was thinking of the different case. I just did the Delphi case. Let me try that. Oh, it's even earlier, 4:42. So now it's completely dark out. And he probably is driving on this highway. Thanks for correcting me there. So anyways, he's driving up this highway right here, right? And then he needs to turn it on near here because he's going to be doing something else, right? I was doing the Delphi case, which is February 13th. What's up with the 13th? There's other cases with that. Yeah, so he's driving up here at, let's say, 4:42, and then he turns it on right around somewhere in this area to do something, and then it's off for another 3 hours. Don't you guys find that pretty interesting? Okay, that is consistent with Kohberger's phone being in the area that Kohberger's phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time of the homicide. Well, it's in generally the area, but it's not. I mean, it's on the way back up, yes. So he would have been there about 5 in the morning. The King Road residence contained significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast-off blood stain pattern resulting from blood drops released from objects due to its motion, cast off, which is based on which based on my training makes it likely that this evidence was transferred to Kohberger's person. Yes, I'm sure he had some on him. Clothing and shoes. Based on the location of the suspect vehicle and Kohberger's phone immediately following the murders, it is possible that Kohberger went home to his residence, and at that time it is likely that he still had blood or other trace evidence on his person. I think he absolutely planned that part really well to make sure he had. I mean, the reason he thinks he's going to be exonerated is because he thinks he did really well at mitigating his DNA exposure and blood and all that stuff. Let's see. One likely location for the clothes, masks, and shoes that he was wearing during the attack would be his residence. While I believe Kohberger is visiting family in Pennsylvania over the current school break at WSU, I believe he intends to return for the start of next semester, so I expect his belongings to still be in his residence. To date, we have not recovered the weapon used in the homicide, which would indicate that he took it with him from the scene. Based on my training, that weapon will likely contain trace evidence, and they think maybe it's that. They're trying to get, the probable cause. You want to be able to search his home, so maybe he brought it home. But I think he got rid of all that stuff before he even started driving. I think early on his route back home, he got rid of that stuff. Based on my training and experience, when someone plans on an event or action, one likely location for doing so is in their residence or office. Let's see, let me go down here. As well as paper of other media. Criminal. Evidence of the crime. So the rest of this isn't really going over the evidence anymore. Just kind of talking about his conclusion. I don't really want to go through all this. It goes on and on and on for like hours, Yeah. So there you have it, you guys. There you go. That's it. So thank you all for being here tonight. I hope that, don't you feel like this guy is... See, when you go over this information, this is real information that the police have, right? So it's not like it's just, when I say I believe Bryan Kohberger is the killer, it's not because I just want it to be. He has no out here. Okay, you can try to do the smoke and mirrors shit, but I think when you get the FBI agents up there and they explain everything, it's going to work really well. And I'm not even sure what they're going to allow. Like, well, let's see what happens at the time of the trial. What happened, Susan? Are you okay? Are you alright, Susan? You seem like you're confused. What a litter bug. Let's see. Us Aussies stick up for each other. Even in the... Oh, you guys are talking about something totally different. Okay, anyways. That's my cue. That's my cue. Alright. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for Kathy Killing, Eugenie, Kimberly Ann, Brunhell, new member, K-Me, Sirius Black, SS Psyops, Osiris Stewart, Kim, a new member, Lori Fisher, Ivan Victor, Amber Maiden, K-Me, just shot down there, Brunhell again, Blast, Pow Pow, Tumbleweed, Robert P, new member, S Jab Weather 22, Michelle H, Debbie Barnes, Kimberly Ann, Paulette Leonard, Slab Weather 22, Michelle H, I'm America, Kylie. S-Jab, Weather 22, Blast, Pow Pow, Jessica Miller, Lisa Valenzuela, 15 months, Cheryl Bullock, Blast Pow Pow, 4 months, Lisa Valenzuela, Alex, Toronto Suede, S-Jab, Weather 22, Kimberly Ann, S-Jab, Weather 22, Nicole K, Terry S, Karina Gates, KJ, Vicky Kennedy, Peter Yee, Nicole K, Blasty Pow Pow, Jacqueline F, Van Radis, and I gifted 5 memberships, and Kylie and Sav Match. All right, thanks everybody for being here. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And yes, I am still sitting here. It's in the dark. See, we almost got to that next. I gave my 5 memberships out just because you guys got there, but that was the number on the screen. Almost got to that the 300s where I give away 5. But I thought, well, you guys are. Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Hey, no problem. So what do you guys think of all that tonight? What do you guys think? Give it up, Jack. What? Oh. Papa Roger blog refers to a stun device was used. Yeah, maybe. There's no evidence of that, though, Jack, so... Right. There's nothing about curious noises at Linda Lane. I know those people they take the video and they tweak it around. They try to make you hear whatever they want you to hear. People do that on every case. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, the timeline, this is what we've gone over this all the time. I mean, really what it comes down to, everybody, is just the fact that Kohberger was driving around late at night. At 2:42, he leaves his home. 2:53, he leaves the area. Then at 3:27, his vehicle, a white Elantra matching his vehicle's right there. The timing perfectly synced up. At 3:28, passes the A&W there, proving that it's missing its front license plate. Then it comes into this area at 3:29 and 40 seconds or so. Then around here at 3:30, comes around and then does all these different passes. Eventually makes his final pass at 4:07 and 30 seconds or so. It's coming around here. And then the white Elantra doesn't leave until 4:20. So that means, and the time of the murders is exactly inside of that. From 4:08 to 4:20. And we sync that up with Xanaker Nodal's phone still using TikTok at 4:12. I mean, that's amazing, right? So inside of the time between 4:08 and 4:20, all 4 of the victims were murdered. And inside that same time frame, a knife sheath was left in the house that had Bryan Kohberger's DNA on it, thus corroborating that the white Elantra driving around missing its front license plate was his. Then, corroborating that, his phone pinged and turned on just 28 minutes later south of Moscow, Idaho here. Just that alone is enough. I mean, that's ridiculous, okay? So that's it, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a... Yeah, I've heard people say they would.
I'm a certified human lie
in that Facebook group, I saw somebody said, I would. I made a post on that. I posted about it. I said, would you stay with Bryan Kohberger? And I'm always gonna be a protector.
Fool deflector, interceptor. And I'm meaner than a
Spectre with a vector on his spectre without a spectral. Just remember, projectile. I have no agenda. I know what's end up. and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to the real true offender.
Let's get right back to work. All right, everybody. Talk to you later. All right. Thanks, everybody. I'm probably going to make a video tomorrow, another one on the Delphi case, and then probably another one on that one the day after that. Just got to keep pumping out the videos and, you know, trying to get some more viewers. Who the hell knows, man? But, man, this has been crazy. Absolutely crazy. If you're not covering the Sebastian Rogers case, you're toast. All right, thanks, everybody. We'll see you later. And be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Jay.
Good night, Mary Lou.
Good night, Grant.